Almost forgot the microphone. Yeah, hey everyone. Time to do the usual setup. You know, if you're watching this in the future, skip a couple minutes ahead. Or don't. I mean, you know, hang out with me and listen to me chat. I guess. If you want to. Guess I should get social stream up as well. It's kind of important. Hear me out. It's kind of important. Alright, so now I just need to put the good old wish list message in the comment. Unknown user followed me. Looks like unknown user probably got banned. I mean, sometimes unknown user. Wonder who it was. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. That about sums up a lot of things here. The coolest thing now is I have new water. This replaces the ghetto water that I had before that required me to have two separate things to do the water. Now I only have to have one. And it's kind of cool looking. Followed a material making tutorial and it was awesome. So, guide improvement. Changed my lighting a bit, so now it's a bit darker out here, but I found a setting to mess with the lighting inside so it was a little better. So it should be maybe too dark. We'll see. I'll play around with it. I need my to-do list. I guess the chapter 2 layout, because I want to put in all the stuff so chapter 2 can be played, though, you know, because I've been derping around and not really mess with it. So I really want to be able to play it, though I haven't really done the bosses for you. And there's still, bosses are still a little up in the air anyway on things. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is the weirdo. It was so big. It was planned in a way that was, you know, assuming that it's going to be a much bigger game than it was. I mean, it's a big game, don't get me wrong, but it was going to be a big game. And now it looks more like it's like a 10, 12-hour game. Well, if you know what you're doing and getting everything. If you don't know what you're doing, this game is very, very mean about where it hides things. Yeah, it's a little easier to see the water from the side. I don't think the water's better from the side per se. It wasn't very good from the side before, so I think it's probably fine. The top just looks awesome. I love this look. It's just very cool. Anyway. Move everything over a little bit so I can see a little better because it's blocking monitors. I wasn't certain I was going to stream. I wasn't feeling very well, and then suddenly I was feeling a little better. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm streaming. Hey, Cortez, how's it going? Just in time, check out my new water. Ooh, new water. I'll load it up so you can see the water. That first load's the worst load. Okay, I'm gonna try not to fall in the water while I do it. The first load takes forever. Give a second. Woohoo. Even ripples off of things too. Ooh. And it's I followed a little tutorial that someone did. Royal Skies did it, and it's all math. Like, it's just one material that does it all, so it's super more efficient. I don't need two different materials in order to do it like I was doing before. Because I used to have like the cartoon water above, like a regular little water thing, so I could see water on the sides, because the cartoon water was only flat and didn't do a side view. And if you go down here, you can see all the water down here. Has crazy reflections in it. So. Yep, that's the big highlight. Doesn't it though? I'm so excited. I just have my usual splash. It doesn't quite interact with the player. Like, it interacts with other things, like static meshes, but not skeletal meshes from what I can tell. I don't know how to make it interact with skeletal meshes, but I just have a splash particle that plays whenever you hit it to hide the fact that it doesn't truly interact. I still haven't figured out how to make things float on it. Like, I know I can use like a volume down there, but the issue is the volumes can't really be changed during runtime. Like, they have problems with that. So though I raise and lower this water, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about that. I haven't figured out a plan yet. Maybe I'll set them to flying as long as they're on this. As long as their capsule is overlapping the water. And if they leave it, then I'll turn off flying. Because after all, what is swimming but flying in water? So it's not a bad idea. I've been debating on what to do about that for a while. Wait, did something oh, that's why it's saying. I'm not sure. I was like, enemies shouldn't be spawning. I haven't made that yet. Yep. I also tweaked the outside so it was a bit darker. I found a setting to make it so that it was lighter on the inside. I added a bit of blue as well, just so things had a bit of a better light to them, so you could see this a lot better. It might be too dark for people though, so that if it seems like it's too dark, let me know. One of the problems is older monitors make things look, they don't show the contrast with black very well, so it ends up looking way darker on old monitors. So, but I think the lights are a bit more defined, which I thought was pretty a good idea. So that's all I did in the last 6 days. Just been feeling like crap, so I haven't done anything else. This is all that I did like 2 days ago, because that was all it took. I was like, this is so easy. And now I'm going to lay out the chapter 2 so that it has keys to get through it. And then start setting enemies to spawn there. Even I don't know which enemies are going to spawn where, but I kind of want to... I've been messing with chapter 1 for so long. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I had 2 monitors, and one of them was set like... everything was super dark on it. I eventually got it settings to be close to this one. And this one's like a brand new monitor that I'm using for to view the game on. And it looks great. So I was like, But that's been a complaint people have had a lot of times, and of why I brighten the game up so much. Because people are like, I can't see it. And I was like, but I can. I mean, a gamma setting pretty bad. That's good to hear, though. Just knowing it looks better on there. Some of these art rooms are a lot darker than others, I guess. What an interesting track. I don't know if I like this track or not. Oh, I see. Well, I kind of like the track. Oh. How about voices in it? I don't really want voices singing in my game. Maybe. Trying to make it light so I can see where to place keys and stuff. Let's see. I put a key here for Grotto Pump Room 1. Easy to find. This lowers it down 1. Grotto Pump Room 2 key is over here, so... Yep. We can assume Grotto Pump 3 is here, right? I made these so long ago with the intention of having little treasure boxes you could open in the game that shot out coins. Then I kind of made everything spawn randomly, and now I really want to use them so they hold keys now. I might put them in some other rooms too, but I don't have a treasure chest for the other rooms. I guess I kind of want a little treasure box that you can open to get things. Just more stuff. More weird crap. Sure. Okay, so I have all the keys to those. I'm pretty certain the keys go all the way up to the final area, and this is the view room key. Which I kind of want to put somewhere else, but technically with it here, you could actually go into the viewing room first, though it accomplishes nothing. So far. So viewing key gets you in here, because Grotto Pump 3 is over there. This dumps that there, which then means you can get all the way to this here, getting into this. The Broken Compass key is currently here, though it's possible there's a boss there. I was considering having like TikTok Tilly be a boss here, but you know what? I've got a little chef guy, and I could have the chef guy's boss thing be this countertop. Now, there's no reason, story-wise, for the chef guy to be a boss. But, hear me out. Where are you at? I didn't want that one. Oh, I want this one. I got this fine gentleman here, who could be a little boss on top of the countertop in the world's most awkward boss arena ever. I don't even know what his attacks would be. But it would be funny. Otherwise, I want to have like some like mechanized doll. But yeah. Yeah, the whole Stitch pack is full of cool thingies. I bought this pack. It was like $40 for like 8 characters on sale, and it's been pretty good. It's the gift that keeps giving. It's where I got Patrick from. Because, you know, I didn't make him either. There's actually a few of them. All the weird little voodoo dolls, for the most part, came from there. There's a couple that didn't, but for the most part. I have one that looks like it takes pictures with a camera on. There's enough of them that they could become almost all the bosses in the game, if I wanted them to be. Problem is they don't have a lot of movements. In fact, with Patrick, I had to make a bunch of his movements because he doesn't use the Unreal skeleton. They use their own skeletons, so I'd have to make all these special things. Like in my perfect world, this guy would have stretchy arms, but I don't think he has a stretchy arm animation at all. He just has like a jump and like hit things and stuff like that. Like, you know, nothing great. And he's just like, yeah. Okay. Hey Sarah, how's it going? We're just discussing how cool it would be to have this little cook guy be like a boss that you fight on the countertop over here. That's not a countertop. This is a countertop. There we go. Yeah. Like, what if I walled this countertop off? And that was where the boss fight was? You fought a little chef on there? There's no story reason for this chef to be a boss, though. None. Not a zip. It's just a cool looking character that I think would be hilarious to fight there. There was originally going to be a boss and a mini boss and a Charlotte fight on every chapter. And there will probably still be 2 bosses. It might not be a mini boss necessarily. Because I wanted to have like the 5 victim characters. And I've only got 4 chapters, so originally we're all going to get their own chapter, but yeah, okay. See how long it's taking me to get to this point? Yeah, about that. Ain't no one doing that. 4 chapters. And like 13 bosses. Alright, is it 13? I mean, there's Patrick, there's 5 victims. 6, those 2. There's 12 bosses. Unless I'm not thinking of one, but 12 bosses that, you know, are the storyline bosses. There will probably be little mini secret bosses or something like that later, but let's not get into extra content before we get into the main content of the game. Yeah, I just want keys in every location so you can get places. I don't want to reach points where I just can't progress. I want to be able to progress all the way to the end of the game at this point. The bosses won't be there and the enemies will just be random crap spawning, but I want to be able to progress through the game. So I want to place every single thing in the game, and I'll move things later because I don't know where every tarot card's going to go specifically. I have some ideas for some of them, but I've only placed a handful of tarot cards. Like, I think 7 of them? The Fool, the Magician, the Empress, the Star now has a location, Temperance, the Hierophant, and the Chariot. So yeah, we're at 7. There's actually 21. No, it's 22 to place, so I'm gonna have to well, actually I'm pretty on track though. They all have to be placed before. Oh wait, the world's already placed, so I know where the world is. Yeah, so 8 have been placed. They all have to be placed before the last 2/3 of the final chapter. Hey Cedrodex, how's it going? You're just in time to hear me discuss what I was laying out the rest of the game. Yes. Oh, also, check out my new cool water. Show me that water isn't awesome. Oh, it's not awesome. Oh, good. Yeah, it's like, yeah, nice, nice. Who doesn't like giant mushrooms? I mean, really, come on. They're giant mushrooms. The water looks cooler when you're running around, though. Yay, the pool. I don't want to jump in the water or I'll die. Yay! Shiny and colorful. They're cool under the water too. I like that they're shiny and colorful. They're part of a balcony. Oh, nice. Yeah, the world can use a little more color. Too many games show up and they're these weird dingy brown things, and you're like, why is it a dingy brown thing? The character jumps underwater. She's ghetto swims. Well, no dingy brown here. My game is very much not like that. This section being a lot more colorful than other sections, sure, but it does seem like it's a little darker than I want it to be, so I might lighten it up a little. I don't know. I'm alright myself here. But yeah, I got the whole water section up here. It looks so much better now. Because all this stuff just looks cool under the water like that. I might want to change this water to match this a little better though. I made a new water material. But I haven't changed this one's water material. And if I use this water material, I don't think it's going to look very good. But I'm going to test it real fast. I think that it doesn't have a speed option, does it? I didn't set it as a thing. Let's make a waterfall one. Make an instance. See what game dev? Are you making cool stuff? I actually need to play with this one, but I want to put this waterfall into here on my kill falls. Water kills the character, so you know. One must worry about kill falls. Yeah, if I play with a little bit, I could probably get it good. Oh yeah, yeah. She's like a canvas doll. She literally just soak up the water and go. I actually thought about using some things to make her actually like enlarge like that, but it didn't include them with the morphs. I didn't include them with this model, so I'm gonna have to drag them back over, and I haven't done that yet. But I can definitely make her inflate from the water. And I'll do that at some point. But a lot of times swimming's not very fun. Like, think back to the last time you found swimming fun in a game. Where you're like, man, this swimming gameplay is awesome. It's everything I've ever wanted to do. I can tell you the last time I found it fun was back in Oblivion. That was because it was like before they released the expansion. And if you're doing mages, you couldn't get any of the mage spells like without defeating a bunch of really powerful mages first. Later on, they gave you an easy way to get it. But I had something where I was playing a no armor run just because I was, you know, thought it was funny to run a naked mage. And I found these mages were nearby water, so I used underwater breathing and ran into the water, and they chased me in there, and I would drown them in the water. And I killed them all with the water. It was great. It was the funniest thing because I had no idea what to do. That was the last time I enjoyed swimming in a game. That's it. That's the last time. There's never any point where I'm like, man, I wish the game had more swimming. Yeah. It just works, yeah. I mean, you know, they just didn't realize underwater breathing was such a potent weapon. The fools, if only they knew. I can make this faster, right? So I do this. Okay, is that the one for that? I might be doing the wrong one. That's close up there, yeah. Oh, you gotta change like all of them. I want more movement here. Yeah, that's fair. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna pump these numbers. These are rookie numbers. This track sucks. All my homies hate this track. Well, that didn't work very well, did it? It is moving downward, though. I think I need to RFG this crap here. I don't want it to go back and forth like the other one does. I want it to go downwards. Right? But yeah, like you see how a few times that like swimming has been fun. And it's weird how people get so excited about putting it in the game, and it's like, well, did you really enjoy the swimming, or wasn't it fun to me? I don't know what you're talking about. It seems kind of bad. Like, what are we talking here? It seems terrible. All my homies hate swimming. Oh, that helps a lot. Yeah, it's going down, but it's gotta go like faster, really. I'm terrible with vector math, so... Okay, well, it's going downward, but it's also going to the side, and all my homies hate that it's going to the side, so let's not do that, shall we? We want it down. Oh, nice! Hey, Helm Vector, how's it going? That does seem to make this go down. So if I do this, does it... It's very unintuitive that lower numbers actually make it go faster. Man, that one does so much a better job of moving it, but then they're moving to the side. That's weird. Decent enough. Playing with the water material, but I don't quite understand the vector math very well, so it's going to the side now, and that's not what I want. But I have much cooler looking water now. Which I'll show you in a second. I want the waterfalls to match it though, because the new water looks awesome. We're also discussing how swimming sucks in games, and nobody likes it. By trying to name the last time you enjoyed swimming in a game. It's a fun thing to think about. When was the last time you thought, man, I'm so happy I'm swimming in this game? And I, of course, arrived at Oblivion because I was using underwater breathing to drown enemies. Yep, this is the new water. There you go. Did you enjoy swimming in the game, or was it just that the swimming was, you know, programmed well in the game? Because, you know, if you... That's the difference. Like, yeah, plenty of games program swimming great, but was it fun? Did you enjoy doing it in the first place? And, you know, okay-ish sure doesn't sound like you enjoyed it much. No. That sounds very much like you didn't enjoy it. Oh, this water does not reach. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, this thing is tiny. I guess it was covered by the other one, I just didn't notice. Fair enough. Well, actually, I think the other material actually was a lot more, what's the word for it? It was like a lot more violent in how it moved around all over the place, so I had it farther from the walls. This one does not do that. In fact, I intentionally tamed it. Oh. Okay, so at a distance, that doesn't look terrible at all. It doesn't look amazing. but it doesn't look as terrible at a distance. I don't think I like it as much as the original ones I had, but at the same time, it does match. Couple mechanics are good. It's fun swimming down at shipwrecks. Not so much fun when I shark jump. Yeah. Well, a lot of times that's what happens. The games don't give you any way to fight. I've been going back and forth on my game, but if I was going to allow any kind of underwater fighting. At one point I was. Now I don't know. Because the amount of effort to program a whole underwater, you know, combat system, you know, is going to be really rough. I'd probably piggyback it off the flying system. But there's not that much water in the game. There's like 4 rooms, I think, with water in it. So, like, how much am I going to put into this? For the fact that you mostly just drain the water out of them anyway. Like, you don't normally go swimming. Though there is a point where you go swimming, but it's through pipes. So you're not going to be fighting in the pipes. Also, maybe it is a little too dark. I'm starting to see that it looks a little darker than I thought. Especially when you get down to these areas, so maybe that's too dark. I did reduce the overall light. Because I found this stat here, but I think I might just increase overall brightness by a little bit. Sure, it looks better outside when this isn't the case, but even I'm kind of having a hard time seeing it. Like, I expect it to be somewhat dark down here, but you do have to be able to see. We'll just assume that dolls have, you know, night vision. Sure, why not? Alright, I was playing with the falls and I got sidetracked. Playing with the numbers. That didn't really help. I'm just going through playing with the speed numbers. There's a whole bunch of ones though. Including one at a distance. Which... I might copy the distance one here and leave it as it is. Are these negative it? Oh, wait a second. This is a... Oh, I remember that now. This is not... Oh. Just go straight, buddy. Oh, I have a new water material. That doesn't even move. And with the new water material, I wanted to, you know, kind of play with it a bit, see what comes up here. Because I wanted something to match this water over here. Because the other water used to have, like, I had 2 different things for water, like a cartoon water thing that went over the top of it that looked pretty good, and then this crappy water I had underneath it. Mostly was okay because it let you see water from the sides, which, believe it or not, water doesn't like, unless you have a volume, there's no water to the sides, obviously, and I want you to be able to see water in here. So I had a second thing for that, and then another thing to show water from below too. And now I have one material that kind of governs it all, and it's really good for this, but I don't remember how to make it fast. So I'm playing around with those because I'm adjusting the speeds. Maybe I'll check the tutorial I followed. I'm tweaking their stuff too, but that's a lot of what it is. More efficient. I think the water looks better, not the waterfalls or things, but those other waterfalls didn't match these, which is also why I'm changing it. Because, you know, one looks like one thing, the other looks like the other thing. You know, it's a little less good.
You just want a simple,
Nope, nope. Basically optimization. All my homies like optimization, right? It doesn't move. How did he do it? So that, like, why am I breaking this in a way that's not good? I would do it right there. I need this part. And I don't understand materials very well. I'm gonna say I really don't. Like I can kind of edit them, but I don't understand how the math works for them. Like they just don't make any sense to me. I'm sure they're if I want to put the time in to learn it, it'd be helpful, but I am not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's kind of not that important to me when I have so many other things that I need to learn first. So it's kind of a low priority, but it's not like the worst, I guess. I think the numbers he had. Yeah, here these numbers are. Rather than try to guess the numbers. That's not moving at all. Water speed close. It's identical to what he has. So far, I just made it worse. I think it looked better the first time before I did anything to it. I don't know, I got sidetracked because I thought this would be cool. I have the other materials. I can always just make it go back if I want. I don't have to, I mean, you know, I'm kind of experimenting, and I have a backup of this material too because I just literally have, you know, the original one I duplicated to get it, so. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. These need to be negatives. This is like a backway one, some of that. Apparently without this, it doesn't quite flow particularly well. Maybe I'm just off on the numbers? It's weird. It's one of the things I figure if I'm going to learn anything in this game, it'd be I'd want to learn that as quick as possible. That does not look better at all. Oh, it's actually moving really quick. Not really up here, though. Down here, it's just going nuts. Do you have like 2 materials? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't think so. Just this one here. Oh, actually, there's a. That's the foam. Yeah, as far as I could tell, it looked better when I had it as it was. What? That's not right. Might just put it back, dude. It doesn't look good. Or I might play with it later, I don't know. Or I'll just leave it as it is. Sure. Continue. I didn't feel like undoing everything to try to find where the stupid waterfall was. Could have probably typed the search for it too. Probably should have in hindsight. But too late now. can also look how this one's done too. That's an interesting idea. I don't even know if this looks that bad necessarily. Like if I put a thing by it, maybe just having the different colored water is nice. So maybe I keep it because of that. Yeah, I like how it reflects things through it a lot better. It's got a much more dreamy feel than the other one. Whatever. I'll come back to it. You have some kind of a problem or something? I'm going to go ahead and save it and move on with that. Anyway. I'm going to stop getting sidetracked. I wanted to make it where you could actually run through the game. Start placing things where they're supposed to be. As opposed to me just dicking around forever on chapter 1, which is what I've been doing. Because that's never going to get me anywhere. Well, I mean, it'll make chapter 1 amazing, but... You know, it would be nice if the rest of the chapters existed too. I know. I guess I don't have to, but hear me out. It would probably look better if it did. Alright, so I have all the keys set up to the broken compass. And I need a brig key. This pathway is pretty good. So the lower deck, the brig key is just currently sitting over here, right? I'm not going to leave it here, but I just want to here, and then I can move it around as I see fit. Because, you know, kind of important. I'm changing it to Felix. Oh, well, good luck on the trip to the airport. If you're smuggling something I don't want to know, just know that I believe in your ability. And hopefully she's cute, whoever's smuggling. Nothing. No. Watch it some cursed luggage instead. Like some SCP stuff. It shows up at airports. And you're just trying to figure out which airport it's going to show up at next. And every time it shows an airport, terrible things happen. Other people's, you know, luggage goes missing. Then they go looking for the, you know, this evil suitcase and they go missing too. Lost forever in the suitcase realm. I don't know. It could be like that. I think I'd just rather find some cute woman that you're sneaking in. I'm just saying. She's on vacation. No one knows. Yes, yes, including her husband. Wait, what? Oh my god. You heartbreaker, you. Let's see. So this path has to basically almost be taken first, even though you can go all the way down here and do this path, except for up to... You can't get to the underworld. See, you're stuck there, but you can go to the secret garden, so... Yeah, so you really can go into the secret garden. That's less good. It doesn't vary as much as I want. This chapter's a lot more linear than expected. I mean, it's got some optional side rooms that aren't listed on here. I can put the Crow's Nest key in there, or Pirate Cove key. I just need a Pirate Cove key in that, and that's the only two keys that really need to exist. I also need to have I guess I could put his key in the underworld. When are you going to let him out? Originally, I was going to have you let him out before you fought Sally. And I still can. So I need a Crow's Nest key and a Pirate Cove key, but I'm going to put the Pirate Cove key in Pirate Cove because... I have an alternate method of getting into it, so I don't care. True. I guess it can reside in here for now. Sure. Not ideal. It's not the Crow's Nest, it's just Crow's Nest, right? There's lots of little dumb crap I gotta put in here that just, you know, you don't think about, which, you know, consists of like keys to open all the doors so you can get through places. I have to plan the pathways out. Then I gotta go through and add in enemies to them. But I only have like 6 enemies for this thing, so I don't know how many I'm gonna make. Like, you know, I'm not sure how many I'm gonna fill up with rooms. 2 of these rooms don't need enemies. The boss rooms don't need enemies. The boss room's actually right across from each other this time around. And potentially, like, this should be a boss room because of where it's placed. It's pretty much halfway through the chapter. But it's actually not long. You go fight Charlotte if you want. But to be fair, that's the same as the other one, too. It's like 3 or 4 rooms and you face Charlotte. With only 20 some odd rooms per floor, I think there's like 24 in this one there, you don't really get a lot of rooms between each of the bosses. If there's 3 bosses, you're going to be fighting them pretty often. 6 or 7 rooms, you're fighting the next boss. To be fair, the rooms take a while, and they get longer and longer as I keep adding to them, but... yeah. I could make you fight like Sally out here, just have Sally be early, and then get rid of the pirate thingy. To be 100% fair, there was never any main reason why this place was pirate-centric other than I wanted Sally to have her own area. That's it. But down here, there could just be an arena down here with skulls and things like that, you know, in the sunken depths, and that would actually be pretty fitting for a ghost pirate, too. Or I could have like a TikTok Tilly fight here, because she didn't have a good spot either. She also doesn't have a particularly well set up model at the moment either. Anyway. Job 1, get everything in location. Job 2, I don't care. Where am I going to hide the Pirate Cove key? Somewhere you don't necessarily go. Well, there's a save point right here, but I think I'd rather reward you with it after you win. So this way, if you happen to die, you have to go back all the way up through the little maze thingy. It's not really much of a maze. I need to block it so you can't go this way. You can't go directly over there or something. Or create like a barrier in between or something. It's not a bad idea. I might go over those later. I don't care right now necessarily. Alright, so I'll put it under the water then. in some place you won't necessarily look. Right here. What a great spot. The odds you look in this spot, pretty low. Well, that's not true, because, you know, you might not notice the button over here. Especially with it halfway in the ground. So because of that, maybe you look here first. Maybe. I'm sure these will get some massive changes too as time goes by. You don't actually need this key. You can leave this room without this key. And I'm sure I'm going to add a bunch of extra reasons to go back into rooms and stuff to like look around and things. Like, I really want to, like, that's why with the other one is I ended up adding in a bunch of secret weird ways to go as time went by. But it's hard to figure those out until you have a base layout, which is kind of my issue. Once I got the base layout, it'll be good. Pirate Cove. That keys in for those. So we're fine if you go this way up to this path. Oh, actually, you can do all this portion of path 2 before you're required to do path 1. So, you know, until you get to the underworld, you can pretty much run through this whole side section. So that's cool. I've heard worse. Alright, so there's already a key for the secret garden right here. It's need to be placed somewhere else later, but sure. And then I expect you to go out here. You do not need a key for that. This should actually be... What's even here? Okay, the star doesn't need to be here. I don't know what's even going to go here. Is something going to go in the secret garden? Do I need... Oh yeah, I gotta figure out where to place all these. Well, the star's not here. The star is currently in the painting world, so let's just not have that there. Sure. Stupid nav mesh. Stop that. It's annoying. Oh, it's loaded up, of course. I need to fix this area. I got rid of the landscape. I'm gonna put rocks blocking this area. And I got rid of the landscape because you can't ever unload the landscape. And having a thing that's loaded all the time seemed terrible. Especially because landscapes are heavy and prone to breaking. So to avoid this problem, I got rid of it. Alright, so then the gangway, you don't need a key to get to the gangway because it's through here. The secret room will not actually have one, I don't think, though it seems like it should. This is a big ass wall, isn't it? Oof. I don't want to put a hole in this wall. Look at how much I'd have to redo for this one wall. There could be a secret passage in this wall, though. Well, I'd only have to redo two. Like, the question is, how does anyone get into this room? Like, what is this room? There could be a secret passage over here. That's also into the wall. It's going to be a pain to redo. But I think it'd be cool if there's a secret passage right here. Whatever the case, I don't need it. Okay, so you actually don't need a key to get into here either because it's upwards way here, but I'm going to put a key. I think I'll put the gangway key here. I'm not sure I want to put this here though. Probably not going to, but... Actually, what am I doing? No. I need more dead ends. It's like I reward every direction, and that's not good. I shouldn't reward every direction. But I seem to. All the time. The hell am I? Oh, it's up here. There needs to be paths that just are... I mean, the gangway key could go here, I guess. You might not jump up here. It's not terrible. I guess there doesn't have to be a gangway key. Because there could be a pirate's plunder key. Yeah, because if I give you the pirate's plunder key right now, that means you now have a way back to chapter 1 from over here too, which also lets you bypass all the way up over to here, through the door here to get into the hidden grotto. Which is pretty good, because then that means, like, I don't know, 60% of the way through you have a way back, if you like. Which doesn't seem horrible to me. And it's possible it'll get moved around. Some rooms I'm just not going to include a key for because the door is kind of shared with things, so there's just no point. But I think this might be the first room that doesn't get a key in the game so far. Well, I guess the secret room, but it doesn't actually have a thing. And to be fair, I might have Charlotte's bedroom not have a key either. No true key. It might open because you've achieved a secret or something, or maybe have Oliver open it for you or something. Reveal there's a secret. That's kind of cool. So that goes there. You do not need a key to get into this room. But it may grant you a key to get out. An interesting track. Not sure I like it. Probably not. But maybe. Alright, so Garden Pub Room 1 is there. You have the Pirate's Plunder. If you don't get that key, then you're stuck doing that. But there's also a way out up here. I did include one secret area. And I thought there might be a mini boss here, but I don't know if that'll happen or not. I actually... Oh, you should be able to get here, right? Like I said, I just need an actual overall setup for however they want to go. It doesn't gotta be literal perfect or anything. Just, you know, good enough. We have double jump at this point, so it should be easy to do. Yeah, it totally is. Not really against the wall, is it? Did I not grab the key? Wow. Just any key. I think I can put a prison key here. Let me put this over here. Put this here. Add that to grow out a washroom. Grab one of my special keys. I have to create a new way up to here because you can't unlock this painting. I forgot about that. There's a bunch of dumb crap that needs to get done that's actually important as well. Basic functionality. Well, there's no other point to this key besides just having it here. For now, I can just sit here. I don't really care where it's at specifically. When I add in more things to do in here, well, we'll deal with it then. Slowly but surely, the story will start to make sense in this game. Maybe. All right, so optional that there. Gangway doesn't have a key. Optional grow to washroom. Sure. Pirate's plunder. I mean, to be fair, these are both optional. You could just backtrack. Oh wait, never mind. It's not optional. You'll have to come back for Felix's key. The underworld does not need a key. Neither does the garden. You already have the broken compass. Garden pump room 2 should have a key down here. That's 3. 2, sure. Okay, so you have that. 2 exists. Compass. Secret garden, underworld, secret garden, sure. Broken compass. Get to 2. Yeah, if you find the key there. These 2 are next to you, just you have to pass through 2 to get to 3. Actually, all those keys exist. I'm gonna put a key in the pirate grotto, so, oh, sorry, the pirate graveyard, so you can leave. I don't think I want you to have to continuously swim there. You know, I didn't have to make you enter this way. That's an interesting thought too. I didn't have to do this. I could actually have just simply put the key down here somewhere hidden away and then forced you to go get it. Well, I'll let you save outside of a major boss room. Because I'll let you save outside of Vu's one too. And not an ogre. Vu takes like 20 minutes to fight. Well, okay, with the star, she gets dunked on in like 13 minutes or something, or 12 minutes. Because the star is stupid, but I'm gonna have to nerf that thing. It is so gross. Or strengthen the Empress and strengthen the enemies too. The Empress kind of sucks for healing. Like if I made it be the only healing you had for a while and later on gave you a star, it'd probably be better. Maybe that's what I do. I restrict the star down to something else. I could make the star available not based on the number of paintings you find. You also need little chests that you can get from inside those things, so you, like, you win a bunch of chests, or maybe there's like a floating coin or something. There's a floating coin. Because those coins are worth a bunch, so... We'll have to see how much I make things cost in the game. Alright, there's a key here. What's this key? Secret garden key, huh? Well, if I forced you to go this way first instead of the secret garden, I could. I mean, to be fair, I think I want it to... I do like kind of where it splits here with the broken compass. Giving you two different options. I mean, it's probably better to actually do path 1 than path 2. But not necessarily. I mean... One is mostly just go fight Charlotte. She's just way off on the side to get the Moon Tarot. Oh, 9 have been placed because the Moon Tarot has been placed. Right. I forgot about that. The Moon Tarot is actually pretty terrible. No, 10. The Emperor. The Emperor is the whole point of the Underworld. You're trying to get the Emperor Tarot. I'm so sad I couldn't put the Devil down there. I'm so sad. Just mechanically, it doesn't work to have it there. Because the Devil's not going to make you immune to water. The Emperor is about protection, not the other. But putting the Emperor underneath the most water possible sounded pretty funny to me. I might need to tweak how that area works a little more, though. Like, instead of having the ceiling there, perhaps what I really want is just to use the water as a ceiling. Huh. Because the bottom area of the Emperor setup is kind of awkward. The ceiling feels way too low, making the jumps feel unnecessarily harder. Like, if this just wasn't here, and instead I just made pillars of everything holding stuff up, that would probably be better. Because there's still water, right? And the water kills you, so the water might as well be that. My only worry is I don't want you falling on things. So I would have to hide I'll make it so you couldn't just fall on these. If I did that, there'd also be no point in this setup here. Which would be kind of sad. I spent forever building all this crap and, you know. But I'm not gonna lie, this ceiling is awful. Yeah, I'd have to make rocks holding everything up. It would change drastically how these were. Because later on you'll just run around on top of this because the water gets knocked all the way down to here. So it goes low enough that you can reach first this one and then lower so you can get past all the crap to get to this one. And then the last time it lowers down enough that you can actually get into this and down into here. But optionally, I could just put like an enclosure over this. There's already in a protection on this one, right? Oops. Yeah, it's got that on it, so you can't get at it anyway. This might be a lot better. I'm gonna test it out. I just think that the other way is so shit. I could actually just have this pipe lead to somewhere else too, like have a little secret area. I don't hate it. But there's one problem with this thing here. If I do this, how do you get, how do I make you go through, like, basically what amounts to a little maze and not just have you drop down? It would be cooler, though. That's true. You'd just be able to drop no matter where it was. Once it was low enough. My guess is that's so bad. Like, if you could just drop down, like, you'll get to here. Let's put the water where it's supposed to be, because maybe, just maybe, this can work out better than I expect. Sure. Maybe. Might be terrible. We'll find out. Alright, so the water goes all the way down to here. Which means, let's remove has puzzle. Oh, it's an A+ process. Where's has puzzle? Oh, I didn't know that able. Perfect. So you'll drop out of there. I'll put all the things to hold it up in a second. And so let's assume I'm going to put something over the top of that. Or y'all double jump here. Let's just give myself double jump. Let's just fall in the water. Good job. I'm gonna give myself the just the Emperor outright because I'm not not gonna want to load every time. It seems like a lot of work, and I'm not about that thug life. Maybe a little, but not really. Hear me out. Eh. Alright, so this will all still be here. I can't get rid of any of these things that are this height because this is where you end up. And we'll assume that I'm going to block this off, but you would be able to jump down here, which means there needs to be some sort of way to not make that a thing. So maybe higher up rocks or something to block this area. Because basically to jump high enough where you don't hit the ceiling, it needs to be... How tall? Almost double jump height, I would assume. Maybe a little taller than that. At the very least, singular jump would be fine. But even then, you gotta pretty high up. Yeah, I definitely like it better with having this open versus the other thing there. The other thing there was just like, not great. I'll move it back just to show how not great it was. Can I move back? Did I delete it? I might have deleted it. Yeah. I remember how hard it was to jump because the camera would get all wonky, and I hate it. The wonky camera is just not an acceptable thing. Like, people are not going to enjoy that. Yeah, like this kind of setup here. Yeah, it's just, it blocks things too. Like, it zooms you like that, and that is annoying. So I want to be able to make the jump without the zoom thing. So I basically need to create like a little under cave thingy and not have this, you know, ground there. Which should be fine because that ground doesn't really do anything besides keep you from getting into this area, but that's fine. We'll just delete that. I don't want that. At some point I'm going to merge all these rocks together too, so it's not going to be what you see here. The button doesn't have to be here. Actually, I just need to block it so you can't go down here. So basically just make a fake rock ground or something, I suppose. With more space, essentially. Not a bad idea. Hmm. You know, these could be chambers. Huh. Like, hear me out. Why actually have you go into this area at all when I could just not? I might make some changes in a second. I'm not sure about that one yet. Like, this one makes sense, this pool there, but the rest of this I don't know about. And why that when I can just do this? Like, why am I doing that? You're locked, aren't you? It's like, why can't I move you up? Oh, you're locked. Let me do a little thing here where my jerk can hide it. The plan with these is just to add more of them so that you could hide things a little easier. You know? Just kind of mix it up a little bit. Or something like that. Hey Travis, it's going pretty good. I'm adding keys and stuff everywhere so you can get through the entire game, basically. But then I got sidetracked because I was like, well, I don't like this weird secret, like, extra ceiling I had, so now I'm replacing it with rocks so it's more cavern-like. So good times, really. How's stuff going with you? Hopefully well. I replaced the landscape, so I'm getting rid of all that crap. Oh. Who sleeps? That's weird. No stinking sleep. Not when there's game dev to be done. Haha. Infinite game dev. Imagine unironically sleeping when you could be doing game dev. I guess people should sleep sometimes. I don't know if that's true. I think it's a vicious thing brought on by the man to make certain games don't release, but... But I suppose you could sleep. Sure. Yeah, we don't release games around here. That's weird. Exactly. Releasing games, that's for other people. Yeah, other people. Now my game keeps getting delayed, mostly because I had terrible health. I was like, I'd like to release the game, but my health's like, nah, man. I'm like, but it's like, nope. I'm like, oh. I'll still release it. It'll just take longer than I want. That's all. Don't have bad health. That's my advice as a game dev. Just have good health. Works better, trust me. That's fair. I went through a few projects before I got to this one. In fact, this was not the project that got me into game dev. This was the game jam game I took to taking a break from the main project. But I liked the game jam idea so much I ran with the game jam idea. Plus the other game was a dumpster fire. Maybe you should do that. Just join a game jam. Make some little simple concept thingy. Just some idea you thought, hey, that'd be kind of cool, and then just run with it. Guess I could bring the water back up. I mean, I'll probably still make the other game eventually, but that's a ways off. That is assuming Poppet Quest 2 doesn't happen. It might. The game does well. I have new water. Looks much better in the dark, but this whole game looks better in the dark. That's kind of the point. Doesn't that look great in the dark? That water? I got a new island here for this tree. I took it out. Over in rooms like this, where I'm very excited by my new water. And it's more memory efficient. Very important. I don't know, I mean, isn't there a game you've always wanted to make or like a concept you really like? What's your dream, Travis? What brought you to game dev? So we're going to invest a bunch of time in a project. It might as well be a dream project, not like a... Unless you desperately need money, then probably don't listen to me. So do something that earns money. Hear me out. Do something that earns money if you need it. But if you don't... I mean... This was a dream project for me. Well, it's turned into a dream project. Just didn't start as one. Well, there you go. See, like, survival games don't really need level design. Not really. Most time it's just, you know, some open world thing. Maybe you put a couple caves somewhere. And in case you have a story, because survival games don't typically have much of a story. Like, I should say the survival crafting games, right? Like, it's like, oh, you're in the woods somewhere, chop down trees, try not to die. Some sort of evil thing is out there. It's more of a system design type of game, right? You have to design all the systems in it. But I mean, what's this dream survival game like? You know, if you could make the best survival game ever, the game you've always wanted to play, like the survival game, what is it? What's in this game? What does it entail? What makes a great survival game? I mean, I don't really know. I don't even play them, so I bow to your knowledge on this one. What makes a great survival game? To be fair, I really don't play a lot of games anymore because I don't have any time, but it's that too. Hey, man with keyboard. We're just discussing Travis's dream survival game. Don't know what it is, but I believe you can make it. You're not sure? Enjoy staying alive? Alright, well, okay, what sort of themes do you like in your survival game? I mean, are we in the woods? Are you surviving on a boat? Is this a deserted island? I mean, like, oh, is it a post-apocalyptic world? Are there zombies? Like, what are we surviving here? Is everything a weird cube shape for no apparent reason? Important questions. Are you just trying to avoid, you know, Jack Black's terrible jokes for, you know, an hour and a half? Is that the survival thing? I'm just gonna run with the Minecraft joke here for a bit. Don't mind me. It wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen, okay? I don't think it was a great movie, but it sure wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen. What is this key anyway? I'm not putting the break key here. At one point, you'd want to make a post-apocalyptic survival, and then go be crafting a large mech from scrap parts to find other survivors. Sim Arg with mecha robots instead of dinosaurs. Yeah, well, why not make that? That sounds great. Oh my god, my roommate loves mechs. He would, he chomp at the bit to play your game. And he loves crafting games. Jeez, you could even make it steampunk. Probably not. Steampunk's kind of a bad choice. There's no assets. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a good idea to me. Post-apocalyptic stuff's great because you get to use all this modern stuff that's like all over the place. Which, you know, it's a pretty good thing, because if you don't gotta make the assets, that's a good thing. You really don't want to have to make a lot of assets. It's very time consuming, very expensive depending upon if you just buy them, but I think I want this water to be higher up. There should also be grass on top. I don't know why it's not. I have questions. Did I merge into one giant thing? Oh god, I think I did. You never played Ark then? And neither have I. Better westward colonization US area. Oregon Trail types? Oh my god. I mean, Oregon Trail, but with actual crafting. Just imagine it. Your actual plan is to try to get to Oregon, but you don't have the supplies to get there, so in order to get to Oregon, you have to keep crafting things along the way while traveling. So you'd only have limited time in each area, like you maybe have some sort of a time frame before the wagon has to keep moving, and you're worried about winter and things like that, you know, disease and things, you literally could just marry Oregon Trail with a survival game. It's just your colonies in Westwood, build your own town out, survive the month. Yeah, I guess you could also build the town, dude. Oregon Trail with mechs. Yeah, you go Oregon Trail with mechs. Your wagon's not getting there now, this mech says. Craft like a spider by his vehicle. Wild West. Yeah. At some point you encounter Will Smith. Yeah. I mean, that's like, if you look at the steampunk era, like Victorian steampunk is actually the same time as the Wild West. Seriously, it's literally the same time period. We're talking like, you know, the like, late 1800s. That's cowboy era. The Victorian stuff is all like England and maybe like Eastern US, but the Western US is this uncolonized thing. That is literally cowboys and Indians. Right? It's just literally the Wild West. So you can do a whole steampunk there. And there was like a, oh gosh, if you look it up on YouTube, it's called Mech West. I don't know if they still have the first episode or like that, but it's steampunk Western with robots. The first episode I think was free on YouTube. I don't know about the other ones, but Mech West. Oh yeah. You watch first episode. I will link it for anyone interested. But yeah, it's you see there, you're like, you know, weird little mail bots and things like that, mechanized bowls and things like that, which I could just mute it. Yeah, you know, they have their own little mech thingies. I don't want to copyright claim because they recently sold their thing, so more robot thingies. Yeah, I just got some little robot there too. So yeah, I mean, you could do something along those lines too. Because I don't want to copyright claim, but it's free on YouTube, so you know. Well, at least the first episode, in case you want to check it out. Like Cowboys vs. Alien, you start spare parts, destroy the vehicles. Yeah, that's like XCOM, but with cowboys. Pretty much. And then this huge project that's funny. We'll start with a small version of the project. Make the concept first, right? Like a proof of concept. Because if you want to make a big project, you got to get funding. And the way you get funding is you make a proof of concept that's really good. And then you wave it in front of people who have money. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You just do that. You get like an Epic Mega Grant, or, you know, you get a publisher or something, or a Kickstarter. I mean, people love crafting games. Or survival in general. Like, they love that stuff. So, good. The secret is to start. Just start the project. This project is huge. How am I making this project? I'm getting it where it is. I just keep working on it. That's my secret. Let's just keep working on it. This clever strategy that few will understand, where I just keep working on it all the time. It's just what I do. I could work on other games, but hear me out. I don't want to start a game over. That sounds like a lot of not so great. I'd much rather keep working on what I already got. Where are you, Victorian House? Victorian Alley? I moved it, I think, to environment. Where are you at? I'm blind. Oh, there's more than one steampunk, I think? Is there? I guess so. Yeah, down here there's a steampunk. That's right, get it done. Yep. You can skate lab, that's my game I'm employed to work on. I'm on creation. Love again though. Boom. I mean, you know, that works too. You know? If I was being paid to work on a game, I would probably like the game a fair amount. Maybe not. Maybe the game would suck. I don't think I could work on a game I didn't like, so I would probably be obligated to work on a project I like, unless there was enough money. You know, for the right amount of money, I can do a lot of things I don't like. I'm just saying, I can do a lot of things I don't like. But since I'm not really getting paid for this particular game yet, I gotta like it. You can pay a lot percentage of sales, and sales aren't large. Well, I mean, as long as you're enjoying it, I guess. I mean, like, you know, gotta start somewhere, I guess, if you will. It's kind of about there, you know. Any money is better than none. He says he gets 34 cents an hour streaming. It's like, is it though? I actually don't think I can get that anymore because I stopped streaming for health reasons for a while. So I took a big break, so I don't think I can make that. I was gonna do this anyway, so that's why I stream. I don't care. I just want to talk to people. I don't need the funding from streaming. How's my neck? Pretty much the usual. It has problems. Lately, though, I found that I can pop and do this, and my neck doesn't pop every time anymore. That's nice. I got a bit better motion, but yesterday I was having like, you know when you're like, say like a limb falls asleep, and you know when it starts to wake back up, you get the pins and needles thing? That was just my whole body, just for like 12 hours. Sometimes the neck just pinches the right nerves and you just hate yourself. Social streamer? Yeah. I like chatting with people, like about anything. I just love talking. I'm a talker. Left unchecked, will talk your ear off. Yes. Yeah, I hate the pins and needles. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you be a masochist and like it. I don't know what it was. Like, I've discovered I can't wear any clothing that is even remotely constricting, like even socks, because it causes those areas to go numb. So I have sockless shoes. Isn't that great? That's just my life now. Don't question it. It's just how things are. Which is fine. Things are as they are. My arms, but if it kills you? Like nettles? I see. Well, I mean, if she's cute, maybe the nettles are gonna... Nothing. Yeah, I've gotten so used to it. It's been going on for like 5 years, so... I don't know what causes it. No test has ever figured it out. I kind of don't want this grass to show up. I kind of want rocks here instead, but I kind of want to leave a little opening. Oh, I didn't realize this upper area is also going to be like that. Ugh. I gotta do this. It means the bottom area is going to be like that, which is kind of lame, but... I don't want to make another one, and it will look terrible if that's not at least there, so I guess it is what it is. Besides, it'll be dark. You won't look up. I think I'm gonna lay down. Have a good rest of your stream. Oh, well. Thanks for chatting, Travis. Let me know how it goes with the Western survival, you know, game. I mean, like I said, you should watch Mech West. Watch that first episode. Get some ideas. Could be fun. And if not, hey, you know, it's like a half an hour show that's pretty good quality, actually. I think they dropped 100 grand on it or something. Turns out animation's expensive. Anyway, go sleep. I will return to doing things. I don't know what, but I will do them. Red Dead Redemption with Max but bigger. A lot of people think like that, where they just, you know, want it to be the biggest thing possible, and it's like, it doesn't gotta be. Like, it's a crafting game, man. Crafting games, you know, don't need a lot of content. They really don't. You can get away with a lot less content in the world of crafting. It's all stretched and weird, huh? Whatever. Try to make it bigger than FF7 first project. How was made? Yeah. My first project, I wrote like 200 plus pages of a book, and I was going to convert that into a game. And it was epic in scope too, because you know we wouldn't want it to be not epic in scope. That's right. One day you'll complete it. The secret is just keep working on it. I mean, there's a streamer, and I keep blanking on his name because I've seen him like twice ever. I've rated him both times, and he built his own MMO, right? And he's been working on it for 20 years, but he's also had a live version. Like people have been supporting on Patreon, so it's been a live thing. Like he really has it. Anything is possible. He's converting it to Unreal Engine. So, yeah, anything's possible. Now, do I want to... Yeah, plane shift. There we go. God, I should remember that because I know I'm involved in, you know, magic trading, so... There's even a product called Plane Shift, for God's sakes, and a set in Magic called Plane Shift. Yeah, like, it was the first time I ever saw someone with such a project that they actually made. Like, people talk about that all the time, but I was like, wow, you made this. Consider me impressed. I mean, yeah. That's impressive to me. Not gonna lie, it's just impressive. Yeah, maybe. It's working on it now. I mean, is it a huge project? Yes. Like, it is an insanely large project. But the secret is just get it to early access and then start adding to it, right? If people like it, and then they're going to be playing it in early access. And the downside of MMOs, though, is you do need servers, so the initial cost of MMO is higher than most. I wouldn't recommend it, but hey man, shoot for the stars, right? The theory is, as long as you have fun doing it, it doesn't matter if you even release it. If you need to make money, don't follow the advice I just gave you. But if you're just doing this because you like it and you're having fun, like this was my hobby. Like I'm slowly turning it into a business, I guess. This is my hobbies. I enjoy doing this. This is what I was doing for fun. So it wasn't much to go, oh, I'll just, you know, start streaming it and just do it anyway as I was enjoying it. So you can take forever working on it as long as you're having fun with it. Yeah, well, I mean, whenever you release something for the public to play with, there's going to be pressure. You're going to be accountable to people who are going to be like, wow, this sucks, I need you to fix it. And that's your job. Now, if your game is free, you can tell them to off, whatever. But then, to be fair, you know, you do that too often, you have no players. So, you don't got to fix everything. Some people have really bad ideas. I mean, they can say that all they want, but it's early access, and most people in early access, most people understand that early access, you know, takes time. Like, if they want some weird feature, maybe you give it, maybe you don't. I wouldn't promise a feature, but maybe they just go, okay, and, you know, wait until they get it. I don't worry too much about what people think. You know, like, if they just demand unreasonable stuff, I don't worry about that. That's not a thing that matters to me. Some things are reasonable, but not that. So you have to learn to tell some people no when things are stupid. For people knowing that early access, most of you were just expecting you to be working perfectly from go. I don't think people do for early access. I think that that's kind of the one where you can get away with it. Like, don't get me wrong, if your stuff is just outright broken, they're going to have problems, but, you know, if things aren't perfect, they're not going to be like, you know, this is unusable crap. That's why you do early access. Otherwise, you would just release it as a released game, because if it's going to get treated the same way either way, there'd be no point to really worry about it. But you have to, you know, like, there'll always be random assholes, but don't focus on the random asshole. Like, you know, if one person out there is saying terrible things, ignore them. if you know, like a large portion of your player base is saying, hey, you should do this, then that should be something you focus on, sure. So if you're getting like waves of complaints about the same thing, you should probably address that. But some random person comes and shows up, says something, I mean, maybe write down their complaint if you want. I mean, if it's a valid one. People show up here and suggest all these things to my game all the time. People also tell me my game sucks all the time too. Not as often as people say they like it. So hey, at least something there. You're gonna get negative people on the internet. It's just how it is. You got to be ready to roll with those. I just think it's hilarious personally. It's like, you make fun of my stuff all you want. At least you're here watching. That's all that matters. But yeah, I do think people get really caught up in worrying about the negatives and like people's perception of things and stuff, and you know, you just got to kind of roll with those punches. Like, look at my analytics here for like, you know, I've been posting on X and advertising, right? And if I want to focus on the negatives, by doing my advertising, look at how many followers I lose. There's quite a few followers lost, right? I mean, look at all those. Wow. Of course, I gained all these ones appear, so, you know, did I really... Like, you can look at that red and focus on that, but I gained a lot more followers than I lost. Sure, engagements is technically down over the last three things. I don't know how it's technically down, but sure. More views, though. Probably, yeah. Could be. I don't know. But it's really easy to focus on the negatives, and I think that's what I think people need to not do. Like, you know, I mean, just that. It's so easy to look at that. You know, it's so easy to remember the one bad comment in a sea of good ones, you know? Can't live your life in fear, basically. I guess you can, but you won't get much done. That's true. This new material is awesome because water ripples off it. Don't ask why it's growing out of rocks. I don't know. My theory is I'm going to get my game to really good for early access, and then I'll probably just do that. Like is it gonna be perfect? No, but I can only do so much testing myself, and even small play groups are like the playtest groups, and they're just not gonna be able to test everything. So I'm gonna need that. I don't have a studio, so or a big studio backing up to test it. So I'm just gonna do that. Just release it so people can test it. But in early access. Ideally, I wouldn't have to do that, but I mean. There's something being said for being a realist too, on what you expect out of things. Lately, I like to err on the side of things that get me closer to success. Like, you know, I just succeed if I do it that way, even if it's not the best possible success. At least it's success. Because, you know, there's so many things that could cause this game to not be released, like my health. So, I mean, you know, I would rather take the heat, kick it out the doors in early access that's not perfect, just to make certain it gets released. Versus go, oh, well, maybe, and then not do it. Oh, God. God, it'd be terrible. I don't know how these are growing on here, but sure. I kind of like these green rocks better. Is it terrible that I just placed all these and I like the green rocks better? I did kind of go crazy with a bunch of different types of rocks. At least show water on them a little better. I don't have the easy way to make it where the mold only grows on them at a certain height without like some PCG crap, and I'm not doing that. This stuff has way too many problems for my tastes. Oh god, it's huge. I could do this, just start putting these out here. I think they look better on average than these other rocks, detail-wise. This ground doesn't look that great either. I could also put them slightly into the water here too. Not sure why I'm spending so much time on this particular one here yet, because this is like kind of far in, and like, you won't reach the secret garden until pretty good distance. So if I get rid of that and just start running these rocks, maybe that is better. Maybe. That's kind of blend better. Oh. Okay, well now I kind of like it better. Of course, they also take up a lot more space. That's true too. Oh, that's also a problem. It'll stick through there, so... But I was gonna have to have something to hold these up anyway. I also made these, but didn't make them go any farther down. I probably should make them go all the way to the ground. Initially there was a ground here, but I'm kind of building a thing underneath there. Well, maybe instead of doing this, I built a ground down there instead. What I should do, I should actually look at it in the dark. See what it looks like before I start switching every rock. I love this water material. It just sits there and, you know, ripples off it. If only it were easy to cut this again. I would be tempted to cut it one more time just to create like a little island over here instead. That might be a future thing though. This was such a pain to make though. I don't know if I wanted that. Because it cuts down here too, so it goes low enough to get into here to block this whole area off to create a fake pond. So maybe I do that instead. I don't know if that actually looks better. Guess I could intermix it a bit too. Nah. Let's err on the side of less work, not more. So I still got to build down too. And redesign this area so that it lets me do those things. Remember to record this because that's a thing. I'm collecting every set of tracks I think might be remotely interesting, just so I can run like a private stream at some point, or maybe just do it a regular stream where I test all the tracks to see if YouTube's going to copyright claim me on them. I paid for the rights, but that doesn't mean that I get to have the rights. So many of these tracks get copyright claimed. The worst. I would be tempted to pay, like, actually just pay someone to do this too. To pay them to do some music. If they were like really good. And not just have Humble Bundle specials. Well, this water goes all the way down to here because of the way it's transformed. I need to fix that. I forgot about that. Because if they leave the transform on, then it'll actually be down here. Though I gotta admit, this room looks crazy with the water in it. I'm gonna dupe it so that I can get to the right height. That works. That'll do. I will get chapter 2 playable. I will start working on another boss. I'm so tired of working on chapter 1 at this point. Am I so tired of it? I mean, actually, I'm not really tired of it so much as I really just want to get the next chapter worked on, so I feel like I've actually gotten somewhere, like progressed. I think that's the real issue. I feel like I'm not progressing because I'm so busy, you know, making that one better and better and better that, well, not a lot got done. With the other chapters. I guess that's actually a lie, because I've laid out the 3rd and 4th chapters already, and there's a whole bunch of rooms in the 3rd chapter that already have concepts, so I suppose I have gotten stuff done, but chapter 2 has been the one that I've just ignored. Staunchly ignored it. And it'd be so cool to just be able to, you know, beat chapter 1 and then just keep playing through chapter 2 when showing off to people. Maybe 10 will work, I don't know. Probably not. 10 looks like it's huge. No, it doesn't go all the way down. Shouldn't be able to see below the water. Technically, this physically works because there's glass there. Very important thing to fix. So the game's not all bugged out later. There's like some tracks that are not tracks. By the time I clicked it, they were already past it. Yeah. Sound effects that snuck in. Just want to copy the scale so I can get the exact height of where it's supposed to be at. Then dupe it over. Man, this new water's great. I need to tweet at him. The guy did it with some pictures of what it looks like, or like a little video of what their water looks like, and a thanks. It was like an 8-minute tutorial, but it was the most deceptive 8-minute tutorial I've ever seen in my life because he talks so fast and does so much in there with a very little explanation that it actually took, I think, like almost half an hour to get through his 8-minute tutorial. I'm like, this is so fast. It is not fast. It is not fast at all. I've been lied to. It's okay. It was truly fantastic. Oh, did I just guess right from the start? Hell yes. Oh wait, maybe not. That's inside the ground. That's fine. Wait, no. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, because that's literally in the ground, sure. Okay. Just guessed right. Hell yeah. I copied an 8 there. Oh. 2. So this one should be 20 and this should be 8. I have to copy these exactly because I built the levels around being these heights where the water's at, so if it's not at those things, then I'll have to rebuild everything. I'm already going to have to build a bunch to build down to get rid of that horrible floor thing, and I'm probably going to restructure how the thing is to be less of a main thing and more of a branching path setup, but the stream does have to be at least fairly well done because you spent so long getting to the Emperor, you know, I got to make the Emperor at least entertaining to get. I guess I don't have to, but I didn't come all this way to make it not entertaining. I might need to have a system set up so that when the water is gone, it checks for puzzle and it spawns enemies if a certain puzzle thing is true. And thankfully, because I use everything essentially, I just have a system that records strings and if the Poppet has them or not. And that's how she collects items too, but it also can be how she collects story progress or checks if a room has pretty. I can just give her an item that says, okay, I did this. Works great. It's already being saved anyway, because, you know, it's part of the save system. All the other crap, so yeah. What are you? Why are you? I don't know what you exist for. You're not blocking anything, are you? Yeah, maybe you are. Oh, I see. I guess you are blocking something. But are you, though? No, you're not. Let's do that. Well, this should actually be 22. I remember I made changes to this, but then I didn't save it, I guess. Oops. Only one, thank you. Sure. Yeah, I forgot to put the right thing in. Whatever. Yeah, it's just under the thing. That's fine. Oops. Stupid neck. Oh. Take a quick bio break real fast. What alcohol's winning the fight. I'll be right back. I'll make it dark so people can stare at this water or something. What the hell's above this? Oh, it's 1 minute? Sure. Alright. Right back. What fittingly bland music for this particular game. I guess it fits for the little, like, you know, just staring at the little water, but man, that is not the music I want to design to. Neither is that. Not sure this is either, but I only hit it a couple times. If something's kind of annoying, I'll worry about it, but otherwise, I kind of want to hide something under here. I think I might hide this under there. Your soul feels nourished now? That's fair. It's very calm, very serene. I think that would probably weird people out in this game. Like, they'd be so worried because it was so normal. It's like, why is it normal? What is this? Like, every other room's trying to kill me, and this room's just like, nah, man, I got you. What a fun place to hide this. I think I can do better than this, though. I gotta make it where you don't notice this, that. Like, you have to... Yeah. The plan, you see, is for them to realize they can fall down here and find the little Mega Man looking capsule. Or they could just jump. Either's fine, as long as they realize there's something going on here. Yeah. As far as this music... Yes. Got the mad scientist for level design going on here? Oh, yeah. I'll give them a big area to fall onto so they have like some idea of what's going on here. Because, you know, it seems rude to make it tiny. Brighten it up a little bit. I'm just going to drop it to the bottom level, I think. Yeah. There are more than a few houses I've lived in where that would have been some real creepy stuff to hear. Well, okay, maybe not more than a few. I think it was actually like... There's at least two. Was there a third one? I could have done a lot of houses. Yeah, I really just like two of them that, you know, seem like they could have been creepy like that. I lived in both of them for a fair amount of time. Like, both ones I lived in like a couple years each. I should have been. Said I was doing this making money thing. Basically, if financially, the biggest mistake I've made so far was game dev over just trading magic cards. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, I didn't love it so much. How are you way down here? Oh yeah, I was making ducats. And then like an idiot, I decided I was like, I love doing this so much. But in game dev, it's going to take a while to make money. And I also entered it with the, with no real experience, no clear plan, no organization. No, I was a hobbyist. I was a hobbyist who showed up to RPG Maker and said, hey, I can make a game. True. I really could make a game, and I have made little dumb games. But making a good game, or the game that I want to make, now see that's a different world. That is a different world indeed. Yes. But now Magic's good times. We picked up I think like $750 worth of cards today. I'm gonna have to look. I think it's some random things. One second. I got traded these today. Okay. This was a terrible setup. I don't know why I did it this way. These are just duplicates of these things. These boxes here. I got traded 3 of them. I think they're like, these ones are like 40, 50 bucks each or something. This isn't all I got today, but these are just some boxes. These ones too. I don't know, all told they combined for 250 or so. So, I traded for them to get a much lower rate, of course. I don't have Black Lotus. I have owned a Black Lotus, if that helps. I picked it up for someone else and sold it to them. I think I made 20% of Black Lotus's price within a week. And, you know, that's a good number. It was a collector's edition one, so it was a cheap Lotus. It was only like $1,000. So I made like 200 bucks in a week flipping it. So it wasn't that great. This was also, I think, 5 years ago. It's been a while since I've owned a Lotus. I do resell the boxes sometimes. Mostly I just trade. I just trade, make 10% every time I trade. And then when I want to, I sell, you know, I pay taxes on whatever I make. That's it. Real easy. I could have been working 3-4 hours a day, making, you know, 10K a month. Instead, I'm doing game dev like an idiot. Stupid. It's so fun, game dev. Terrible. But it is fun. I'm here to live a dream. What is your dream worth? That's my question. And when you can answer that question, you'll know why I do this. Yep. I love what I do. What I do is not always the smartest thing, you understand. I'm quite stupid and do a lot of dumb things, but as is always the case, hopefully she's at least cute. But I've always wanted to make a game. I want to tell a story. I think it's just really cool. Trading cards is great and all. It makes a lot more money. Makes a lot more money. But at the end of the day, that's not very exciting. Done it for like 8 years. So I'm not that excited about that. I could just have these pillars going all the way up, holding the floor. That's interesting. Do I want that? And they look a little weird, I guess. I would like. But I could do that. The stretched look. Yeah, I would need no passive income if I was doing that. No passive income. This is currently my passive income. The magic thing. This is so I can support my terrible game dev habit. No, that's not true at all. Maintaining a game that's an online game, where it's constantly changing, that's true. the vast majority of your game is going to be polishing it, so that you can make the quick project that gets the job done, but to get the polished portion of it is going to take a long time. I know, because I've been going back and repolishing the first chapter, and it's still not as polished as I want it to be, but I've invested months in just polishing the thing. So like, I can make it better. Yes, I could. So be prepared for polish to take a long time. I need to figure out where you're going to drop down at, because originally you were dropping down over here anywhere you wanted, and I guess you still are. I could just rock this whole area over so that it's just a cave, have you drop down here, and then run a path out this way. You find this here, and then have a side path out this way to go this way, and a side path this way here. I like that. So I basically cave off both sides here. This side's already kind of caved off, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I like that. That gives you a choice, so which way to go. But yeah. Instead of making money, I've opted to do this. I will live my dream. It will happen. I'm not one to give up. Not at all. And I like to turn my hobbies into jobs, and this will be the third hobby I turn into a job, if that is the case. Might as well enjoy doing what you're doing, you know? Okay, I have to be careful where I block here. I just can't block this. So as long as I build underneath this and build a cave there, a little cavern thing, I can keep this. But I want to keep these below the water line, right? So this way it creates, you know, an obstacle course for you. So as long as you have to jump onto this, this, and that, and as long as I stay basically below this mushroom cap, it's fine. Which I'm well below the cap, so... I'm gonna try to cheat a bunch here. Gamifying an area is a lot of fun too. You just kind of start, you know, adding things that make it cooler. More like a game. That's become my method of doing this. Is the first thing I do is lay out the, like, you know, the path I want the player to go. And, you know, not like the path, just the path in the building, essentially, like that. Then I put like a little concept area where it's just like some crap there to remind me what it is. Like, here's some table and chairs for this viewing room thing. There's nothing else in here. It's just to remind me I put a key here. That's it. You know? Sometimes I have much more complex things, like a, you know, little thing here. This is closer to an actual game design though. They're varying stages. And then I go back through and I make a gamified version where I start taking all the details and try to hide ways to go in it, little pathways. which you're seeing me do now because there was already pathways here, but now I'm adding more and more pathways, like making it better and better. And this one already was gamified, so this is getting, I guess, improved versus just being originally gamified. I still have to gamify some of these other rooms. Just like this is just a concept room with like a little shop. There's nothing to do in this room. There's no goal. There's a key you can grab here, but that's not really much of a goal. That's just hop your way up onto these things, hop your way up in the chair. It's real easy. Technically, I guess it is gamified, sort of. But there's not much to it. And then you have rooms where I go back and keep adding to them. Like this room is the most gamified room out there. That's probably the most complete room out there, to be honest. I don't really have any faults with this room that I can think of offhand. It has so many different ways to go, so many secrets, just so many things to do. You'll spend like 20, 30 minutes in this room. Going back and forth through all the things if you did everything. There's just so much to do. I'm just hitting everything. Also, this room started out huge. Because this whole area over here, this room was part of it as well. So was this. This wasn't divided out. This room was just massive. This was also part of the room too. And they got added in. So I mean, as was this hidden room over here. I don't have it loaded at the moment, but you know. This one room that was one of the largest rooms in the game turned into like 1, 2. If you count this as a room, I guess 3. There's a secret thing up here, so it's almost like a 4th one up there. 5, 6 rooms basically on top of the main one. Well, I guess like a 7th chamber, if you will. It almost acts like an extra up above too, but there's a method to the madness. These cannot go above the water. They must be below. But I might want to shrink it a little bit so it's less tall. I guess I shrunk these back down. I don't recall doing that, but maybe I decided I didn't like them higher up. Oh, I know why, because I'm worried that I won't be able to do anything with it. I might take them out, except for having a few of them just around the things that are important. Originally, we're kind of supporting that ceiling. I guess I have these over here, that's true. But I don't really want them supporting the ceiling anymore. Because that ceiling's not there. Though it does look more realistic if there is supports, and I have been adding more things to make the building, you know, actually function like it would be a building, you know? And technically, you can't jump on these, so as long as they're not blocking the path, it's fine that they do this. I did do 3 years of drafting in high school. We did do a bunch of, you know, blueprints and the like, you know, architectural blueprints. I am no stranger to these things. No. And yes, I know there'd be no way water could ever be supported up here, but hear me out. This is steampunk bullshit, so, you know, you can get away with a lot of things that make no sense. Also magic. There's magic in this world, too. Just saying. Honestly, these should probably just be metal. Like, why am I using these weird wood-looking things that make no sense when I should be using metal or some kind of underwater-looking thing? To kind of match everything else. So, I mean, I could just dump these on here. Could hold them up like that, or I could use this other metal. Looks a little more fitting than the wood, I think. It's true. Oh, this is wood. Oh yeah, it may corrodes, but not all metal corrodes. Some modes it doesn't. Otherwise, metal boats and things like that wouldn't work in water. Obviously, you have to put some stuff on them like that. But we'll just assume this is some sort of extra material that's treated to prevent it or something. I mean, you could have some sort of cement or something, I guess. But, we'll just assume there's some sort of way it works out. Yes. Because science. Yes. Or magic. Sure, we'll say magic. That's fine, too. Because it really, this building would never function in the first place. Let's just be real. All the water is not on the first floor. It would actually be dug into the ground. This makes no sense why the water would be. This would just fall through. Even if I put a bunch of supports, this would fall through. There's no world this would support this kind of weight. Part of the BS is the assumption that these are like fake rocks because this is like, you know, more of a theme park and a building. So it doesn't weigh as much as you think. But the water would still weigh a fortune. There's no world the water would work like that. Or this room over here. Like, what is this BS? There's no world. It's not on the first floor. There's no way. So if I was really building it in a smart way, that was actually realistic. I realized this afterwards when I was building this because the way it started was this floor up here was the second floor of the east wing of the building. That building was huge, and so the area below it, known as the sunken depths, was actually a flooded section of that place. So when I rebuilt this, I put it exactly as it was, and I've been changing it ever since. But the pillars would be the rocks are fake. You know, that's what it is. Like they're fake lightweight rocks. The wood holding everything up is not necessarily fake at all. Like the things that are supports wouldn't be fake. No. Nope, not there. Lost where I'm at. Building's so big. If I walked, the movie would be over by the time I got to the end. Kind of matching the green a bit. Ain't no realism around here. Yeah. Well, there's not as much realism as I'd like there to be, I'm sure. In reality, these should probably also be more evenly placed. Nah. Yeah, I kind of like those. They just look like they hold things up a little better. Plus, now I don't have to have rocks holding everything up, which is obviously ridiculous. I don't want to do that. But I might want to evenly space these, honestly. A little more evenly space them. I don't hate that. There's some limits on where it can be, but in reality, there should be one in the corner too, probably. Just kind of hold this place up a little better. No, yeah, the ads are terrible. I decided the ads were like a psyop. I couldn't handle it. I just can't handle all the ads. So whenever I watch people's streams, I end up getting the Twitch Turbo. Because I'd rate all these people, and I couldn't handle it. I'd go to rate them, and it would just be like these awful ads, maybe the same ad 12 times over. I don't know. And my brain just goes, no, and just, yeah. This is. I just go ahead and decide that's not the world I'm going to live in, and yeah, there you go. So, you know, I finally just go, okay, you win, and I just give them the money. So I think that's what they did. It's just this literal psyop to convince me to give them money, and it works because it's so annoying that I can't handle it. But I'm going to assume these things are made of the same metal as the pipes that are moving all the water everywhere, right? I realize this is like almost like futuristic steampunk, but that's fine. No, the psyop idea? Yeah, I know, doesn't it? They know. They know that I know that they know that I know. You know what that means, right? If I suddenly vanish, you'll know that I knew that they knew that I knew. About the psyop. It's over. Just remember me fondly, or don't. It's fine. I guess you don't have to. I have very low like resistance to ads. I don't handle them well. Minus 10 ad resistance. I guess I want these at the corners. I guess I want something midway and then at the corners to kind of hold it up. I'm putting more and more industrial pillars the farther in we go. Like, it's just getting more and more supported. But that also gives me design options. It makes sense too, so. That's why I do what I do. Build the dumb thing and then support it later. It's kind of the same idea I follow for game devs. Wait a minute. Yeah, nice. Have another set over there, I guess. But now the other reason I got Twitch Turbo was I couldn't afford to support all the streamers that were my friends. I'm like, there's too many of you. God damn it. So that was my strategy to avoid that little problem. It was a good strategy. It worked very well. Until I stopped watching streams because I just kind of wasn't really watching streams for a while. So I'm going to delete these ones out here. Put a couple random supports in here. These ones don't need supports because there's no... Well, they do need supports, but... Actually, they do need supports, thinking about it. Not wrong. I can't put one here, though. Without changing things. I could change stuff if I wanted. It's not like a big deal. Sure. An error of judgment on how I did this. That's okay, I can fix it. I'm just gonna do it that way. I'll delete these and get them all redone so they're lined up easier. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Nah. Well, that actually adds a bit of interesting, you know, look to this place. I like it already. I'm glad I started adding him in. Because now you'll be underneath here and it's got all this craziness, and that's... It makes it look different. And being able to add variety to the rooms is pretty important, because there's a lot of rooms. There's like 90 of them or something stupid like that. I mean, there's 90 data layers. One of them's a Miss Popman room, though, so... And two of them are... Actually, 3 of them are floors or something. So actually, it's like 86 rooms or something currently. I'm going to add more as I go, too, so... 100% more will get added. So I need to redesign my path so that it no longer has this issue here. Possibly I want you to go this way, maybe. Because the assumption is you're going to go this way and then potentially jump here, but now you can't get through there very easy. I guess she sort of can you? Find out. I mean, you could probably fight your way through it. Yeah, you can fight your way through it. But I don't want that. That's terrible. It's okay, I just do this. I love gamifying areas. Oh, it has this crap above it though too. That's less bueno. You probably want to push this down some. This whole place suffers from this problem now. I don't like how that looks. Let me make it look less bad. I want to keep this one here because I don't want you to go that way. I want you to go around. Oh, that's actually a problem too, because there's another secret way to go this way, but I think maybe I'll have you go this way to one of them. It's better than the other method I was doing by far, because it used to be you went down into these little pathways here, these little rocks, but I could make this the way. I'll let you look out in this area too, and that's kind of cool to be able to see out there. So make the first one there, and then the second one there. I'll design this one in a second. No, actually, I can just grab some rocks, I guess. Well, I'm going to lower the water, so I'll design it after I lower the water. I want to give you that, you know, feeling of exploring caves. And it's not an opportunity I'm going to have very often, right? Like, not really. Because you're in a building, and the building doesn't have any areas that are themed like caves, so to give you that cave feeling, it's going to have to be inside these giant aquariums. Well, pretty much just in the underworld. Which would be the lower section of the aquarium, but I call it the underworld. It may get a name change, but I think it's kind of funny. Oh, you'll have double jump here. Easy. I'm not anticipating this area being hard, because I don't want you to have to jump. Because how crappy jump is around here, with how lower that is, I don't want you to have to jump in this spot. I want you to just get this key and then leave. But then the next time I want you to go this way. It used to be that you would go this way But since I just barricaded that, I don't know. I like having this pillar here, huh? Now it looks like the thing might hold itself up. Like this area looks like it's held up well. If this was on the ground floor, it seems like it'd be okay. But it's not. Hear me out, it's not. It could be, but it's not. I actually should probably just use flat rocks for this. I don't know why I'm using anything else. I also don't want to block the window completely over there. I don't need to block the side necessarily. I just don't want him to be able to enter from this side. Like I want it to be a little cave. But it can't go through the floor and it can't be too tall. Unless the cave wall is part of the path too. Like it could happen, I guess. We'll see. Let's see about where this goes before I continue. Location 2. You can't just copy the whole thing. Like, though this is a location, you think you'd be able to copy that and then paste it up here. It does not work like that. It's kind of annoying. It should, because they're both, you know, a vector. And so, you know, one would assume the vectors would copy over. They do not. I'm just going to shrink this down probably. It's now sitting on top of this. It might be okay. I might want to do foliage system to set this up. The foliage kind of sucks because then it's always loaded in. I don't like that. Like it does the H-load thing, but... Yeah, so instead of having this set up here where this would lower down, I'm just going to take all this crap and move it away. You have access to double jump at this point. I'm not sure you even need these. To be 100% fair, I don't know if you do. I'm not sure I'm going to keep the little crap down there, but I don't believe you do. I need to set those up for later areas too, when I figure out the progression for everything. Oh, it would help if I didn't just, you know, flood that. I should have landed on the little thing there and then jumped it. I probably could have just made it anyway, though. I'm just gonna do this so I can save myself and then have all the stuff. Can I make it from here? Oh, well, I can jump on this. Yeah, no problem. Not even remotely a problem. I'm gonna move this down too, but as long as I can jump somewhere around this area, it'd be fine. Also, I could go down to here and then jump. And that's like super far, so that's fine. Little shell here. Just cuz. I don't think I need all this crap. Should probably get rid of like 90% of this stuff, move it down maybe. Recycle the rocks a little bit to be a little bit better than what they were. Gotta be careful about blocking this little pathway down here too and having the rock speed too low. Oh, hey, Nexus. Man, thanks for the sub. Oh, resub. 2 months? Yes, yes. We add you to the thingy. This is that time to drop by. And you'll feel, yeah, they're going okay. I mean, you know, the health problem thingy is just always a perpetual thorn in the side, but aside from that, can't complain too much. Oh. Up to 5 now. Actually 7, never mind. I guess it just didn't, I guess it has been a while. You've been keeping subs, but you haven't actually, dropped by to say hi, so I haven't updated the number, but it says you're up for 7 a month. Nice. 7-month streak. It might be like one of my longest subs, if not the longest sub. Thanks. It's amazing to see anyone's that excited about the project. Damn. So that's up, bro. Even though I don't get to drop by much, I appreciate it. The game is better for your support. Definitely. Somewhere out there, I bought a couple models because of you. Enemies in the game that will make people unhappy because, you know, those enemies are going to be mean, nasty, and cruel and do terrible things to those who are unwary. Yes. Yes. And just knowing that you can bring a little pain and suffering to the world is a wonderful thing. Exactly. I did buy a few models early on. Like, I haven't bought too many lately because I haven't even used all the other ones I bought. Still trying to get to the point of using them. Yes. Yes. Oh. So you can see the... I don't know what the last thing you saw was, but this is in the last day or two. I made a new water thing for it. New water material. I'm gonna go to room that water material is up. The much different water material, the better water material. It reflects things better. You can see things like that. The underwater thing isn't displaying because I'm not in the game. Yeah, it's awesome. It also does ripples around the things, and it's just like math based too. So it's like one material that's math based and just does the ripples. It's part of that. And every time you put a static mesh in there, it just ripples off of it. So you see the little ripples around and things like that. And I only have to have one material now instead of, like, you know, having like 2 different systems. So yeah. I also added I don't know if you saw this thing yet. I'm building this out. It hasn't been built out yet, but underneath this now is a set of grates, right? And once you have the Emperor, you can come down here. I haven't put anything in these rooms yet, but and I'm gonna have like a little the engine room over here. I'm gonna put water in these little troughs. I haven't done that yet. And I'm running all these pipes from the engine room to like power everything, like send steam and water places. But also, later on when you get the chariot, you'll be able to fly up here in order to get to like the 3rd floor. So it's got more verticality than it did before. As you go from the 2nd floor where the, actually the 3rd floor where the hidden grotto is, down to the 1st floor here where the engine room is, and then back up to the 2nd floor where, actually, no, you go to the basement where the engine room is. Oh yeah, there's so many changes. Oh, this is how you get to the boss now? I'll go the rest of the way. This is my dev outfit because there's no other way to get it in the game besides being the dev. Poppet has other outfits. So yeah, you can take these pipes to get up to places. You're supposed to swim your way up. You wouldn't have wings at this point. Let's see what do. Pipes go way up. And then once here, you can. I'm still building little thingies to go through for these, but there's pipes to go through places. Apparently that one isn't loading correctly, whatever. That's right, pretend swimming is the best swimming. Now I'm going through like the Stargate here, it looks like. You get to Grotto Pump Room 1, that stuff unloaded because it's weird, but whatever, I'll fix that. Then you'll swim up through the pipes to get... I guess I'm no longer counted as underwater. Right. Probably because that vanished on me. If I jump into this and then jump back out, it'll probably fix it. Or I'll just fly. Okay, I fixed it. Supposed to be able to double jump up here. If I can't, then I need to fix it. But you have to stand on the thing a little bit to do it. Yep. Okay, I'm making this look harder than it is. This is obviously conceptual as I'm building things out more, but I'm so bad at my own game. I've never even had this much trouble with it. Alright, I can do this. I swear I can. Yep, and then this is where the pirate graveyard is. So now the path to get there is even weirder. And of course the boss is in here. So she is currently still about where she was last time you saw her. I haven't really done any work on her. Yep. So I'm building that out. And now the Sunken Grotto has, sorry, Sunken Depths has all these paths. Maybe I can actually just show you. I put buttons here for testing. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the minimap got a lot of work. It no longer requires cubes everywhere. It now just calculates where you're at and gives you an item for whenever you've essentially unlocked each one. I need to make that vanish faster. Or cover it in black faster. I'm just going to lower the water here. I shouldn't have done all of them at once. I should have actually done one at a time. Yeah, I redid that because it was needing some work. Yeah, this thing is actually hard to shoot those with. There we go. It's like the worst one there. I just liked it because it's fun to shoot. Yeah, you lower the water now and get into these things. I have clams now that hold keys. You load it, buddy? Pal, friend? Friendo? Set of pearls. Oops. Obviously these areas need some work. They're still being built, so the things aren't quite as good as they could be. And yeah, each time you lower it, you get some new sections of it. Letting you go to hold other areas here. I put an area in between these two, like a viewing area. Which needs stuff in it, but you know, there's more glass things because I realized that nobody could see this side of the tank and the whole thing's supposed to be like a giant aquarium, so you should be able to see into the aquarium, right? Like that makes sense. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that. You can make it back a double jump. Yeah, fish or shy, pretty much. I made this layer with, like, you know, this stuff here, and you couldn't even see it. Like, you can barely see it now. You can only see it in those sections. So this area is one of the rooms that controls things. I moved those around too. Chapter 2's been getting a lot of changes to make up for the fact that it is just, I don't know, I'm listening to two sets of music at the same time. One's good enough. And of course, the third one lets it go all the way down, and then you can... I know, isn't it great? The water is awesome. I also tweaked the lighting a bit to give it the game a little bit more of a blue tinge. To make it look like it's nighttime, but still make it able to see, because you can't see in black, okay? Like, but if you do blue, you can fake like it's dark. So I'm tweaking things a little bit too. There's also a slight pinkish tinge off of the moonlight, which weirdly shows in the water in here, even though it's not outside. Quite nice. Love how it looks anyway. But yes, this water is amazing. What material? I just need to figure out how to make it be affected by skeletal meshes, because static meshes do pretty good. Real quick question is if you read your mind, suggest whole functions. You want it right there? Yeah, I mean, that's what they wanted to do. I find the AI stuff can't really handle how complicated my stuff is. Yeah, this is how you get to the next area. Which I'm still working on this room here. Visually, it's definitely much better, especially parts that are super... Yeah. I found an option to deal with interior lighting that was built into Ultra Dynamic Sky. So I was able to make the outside darker while making this lighter. Ridiculous? Something? Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, people be vibe coding. The AI stuff is here to stay for certain. No doubt. I mean, the tech companies might have a bubble when their stocks crash because they don't know what to do with the AI and they're not making any money, but that doesn't matter. AI isn't going away. You know, the thing is the AI coding is really not very good. Not yet. The issue is that it's great for simple stuff. It's when the things get complicated, you'll discover that it really just can't do... It can't account for all the stuff. You'll have to spend a lot of time making the code do things. Oh, you can break these now. I need to make them have gears and things so they break in cooler ways, but now these are breakable, so you can get money out of them. They're unique breakables that give money. So I'm going to put gears on them so they explode out everywhere instead of just being a breakable thing like this, because I don't like that way at all. That's weird. I have these new crates too. I united these together. Oh, I don't have that key. Oh, I need to take that because there's no galley anymore. You have a lower deck, sir. It's now technically possible to get through the entire chapter 2. Director. Yeah. I didn't grab the brig, huh? Did I not? That key might be broken if that's the case. I didn't grab it. I'm dumb. I'm considering having a fight against a little chef voodoo doll on this countertop. Just locking him to the countertop and making that where you fight. And now, see, that was not going to be a boss, but hear me out. It would be pretty funny. I also put like cupboards and things behind there or just something, but... I fixed the dash so you can't dash to the end of the world like you could before, too. The brig got bigger. I got rid of some garbage rooms, basically. I didn't make any changes to these other rooms up here, I didn't think. Something's printing a string at me. This didn't actually load. Interesting. Okay, well, there should be a room here, but whatever. I don't know if you've seen the Chapter 3 stuff yet or not, but if you haven't, I can start showing you like a lot of the other changes that have happened. A lot of changes have happened. I mean, a lot. The game has like a full layout now. Well, definitely. I get run dry. I'll have to take a trip to the fridge again at some point. No, these aren't actually in the thing yet. That's fine. I don't care. We'll get to that. All right. So, lots of changes. One of the biggest changes is I removed the painting world. Now, the painting world was cool. I get it, sure. But it made no sense. There was no reason to have it. It basically put a lot of focus on Tinka being so amazing, so wonderful, so great. And I was like, she's just haunting the paintings. Like, what is this? Why does she have this liminal space? What is this? I also couldn't figure out what to do with it. So it got replaced by Haunted Gallery, which is actually very much like the RPG Maker thing, because originally she had galleries, and the galleries travel to various places in the building. This also gives you the, you know, it uses up one room in the building, and it gives you a certain point in the game where you'll actually find the Haunted Gallery, because there is actual doors to go through. Did I fall through the world? No. So she no longer has the giant version. I'm going to make it where she's like a 2D one, just floating around. There's just no world where her standing in the painting looks good. So I think as like a Paper ZD floating character should be much cooler. So I'm probably going to do that. I moved Anizon's here. I'm going to put little notes whenever Anizon finds something before you, so she can sit here and mock you for it and try to sell it to you. So I put her here. Those are the main changes. There's actually I'm actually kind of proud of what's up here, but what's going on? Buddy, pal, friend? It froze. Dev menu, why? Well, there's actually a secret up here. You just can't really see it because of the way the thing is. You don't notice it, but if you fly up here, there's actually a secret path here. Let me, I'm just going to open doors. So you can see things as I built them. I mean, there's lots of broken crap in this. Make no mistake about it. There's lots of broken crap. I'm actually working on multiple 100K lines for preposterous F-ton and boilerplate plugin. Now, are you? What's the plugin do? What do? I'm going to put two different stores here. We'll get to that in a second. I also need a nav mesh down because I want you to see things. I'm just going to open up doors and just run around. It's just easier. Building a little chest area out here. I'm not going to lie. I have the ability to make a whole bunch of really cool little chess enemies, but I can't figure out what kind of a world to make for them. So it's going to be like, I almost want to cut them because I can't make a convincing chess room. Like I have a board and I make like just a regular throne room type of thing. I guess I could just make castle style things. I don't know, but we'll see. I'll show you what I got going on and then you can, you know, weigh in because, you know, why not? Has animation functions, animated sort of properties, especially animate widgets and oh, okay. People were saying that was kind of hard to do. So I'm building the ticket area in here. There's no lights, so I'm just cheating. And I'm going to put the various souvenir places to the side, which I haven't done yet, but it's just from the intro of the building there. So I just put the, you know, whole thing in here and the same thing on the other one. I was going to put security over here, but story-wise, I need the security building to be somewhere else, and the brig also looks better where it's at. This is the lobby area. Oh, I didn't put a nav mesh down. You must see this. This is important. I was very proud of this because it gives people exactly what they've been asking for the longest time. You have to like post something about your plugin or something like in the Discord or something so I can see it. Or link a fab thing or something if you're selling on fab, or, you know, something to show me. I guess let's use chapter 2 for this. So people always talk about wanting to wander around the city, right? But it's boring out there. It's so big, you just can't do anything. So I made a little like scale model of the city to play around in instead. Or the city block there, and I made little cars to fight. Just, they're not really well programmed, they're just something to break for social media purposes. They also drop really big treasure boxes for no apparent reason. Yeah. I was like, people will love this. This is exactly what I want. You could jump around a building. The collision on these buildings is trash, so you're gonna get a second. Also, the cars can spawn in the building, which I think is hilarious. I gotta make them not spawn that treasure box. Like some of these routes you can just jump through, like this one you just jump through. So clearly the things aren't as well as they should be yet, but we're getting there. But now whenever I design the city, I can just work on this stuff too. Because, you know, yeah. I figured that'd be a lot more fun. And you're also really big here, because, you know, like, this, like, you see the size of the door, like, Poppet's now giant-sized. I thought about doing Rampage. You know, letting you break buildings to cause them to fall over, and I might still do that. Like, have them in pieces, and have them fall over if you break enough. I don't know if that's going to be a thing or not. It'd be funny. I don't know if I have a gameplay reason why you would do that, other than it's funny. And would be fun to do. Like, there's never any point where people are upset that they get to break things. Nobody ever says that. I'm gonna do the same thing with a train station over here. Yeah, a little town model needle juice, exactly. I'm gonna put a little train here. I'm gonna do tiny trains. I was gonna do a big one, but the issue was, it's to scale it up to that size, it'd be too big for the rooms I have available. So I decided to just make it small. Maybe I'll be right around these little trains that are just going around. Like it'll just be going around. You can just jump on it for fun. No other purpose. I haven't really done much of this stream yet. I just put a little train thing to remind myself that I was gonna do there. Otherwise, it's basically the same thing. But I'm gonna do a bunch of these areas. That was the original plan for chapter 3, and the plan continues. You know, it's what I want with it. So the chess area might get annexed for that. Maybe the chess enemies live inside the city. I don't think so. I'm not sure about those. That sucks because the Red Queen's kind of cool, but you know. And of course, you sell the Haunted Gallery. We'll come back to that. The fortune teller room. As you get crystal balls, they'll show up here.
A fly is omnipresent, much like nobody could ever love me. You're going the wrong way.
Also, the tarot cards show up as you get here, but more importantly, I have secret passages now. Hello? Thought I did. Oh, I guess I need to make a change to this. I forgot to make this change. I made a change overall for the enemy to fix it, and now it's like, but I don't know which room I'm in. 1 second. I need the room names. This is so it stopped opening in every room because you'd hear it opening a mile away, and it was annoying. Also, that thing is huge. That's the first floor. Where is it? It's fortune teller room. Right? Never mind. Yes. Do this. Desperately attempt to click on this. And this one's called the portal room. Okay. So. Yes. 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 I'm putting secret doors everywhere, and they open if you have you fulfill the requirements. I'll probably put some clues somewhere. This one has clues. See, they open up. Yay! I'm gonna put gears on them or something so they look cooler. And I have portals to get places. Portal. Concept area. I won't show much of these concept areas because anything that will actually design any portion of it I really don't want to show right now. Because Omega spoiler. But I decided to have a, you know, messed up section of the toy store, obviously in a place that you wouldn't normally reach. So we'll get to the creepy stuff later, but I don't want to spoil too much. Put like the toy maker thingy down here. Nope, 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 nope. We're not stepping on that. Nope. This is just not even a spoiler because the literal like title screen shows this room, so I'll probably end up changing it a bunch because this is not gamified at all, but I even put a way out. Yay, way out. An escape tunnel. You don't get to go out here, by the way. Just a little spoiler for you. You are still powered by the curse on the building. If you leave the building, even through an underground exit, you would, in fact, fall over lifeless. But yeah, it leads to a whole bunch of areas off to the side here. And you do see a little portion of it with, like, the engine room and stuff, but there's, like, a whole section that's, you know, creepy and fun. But I don't want to spoil it. I designed the final room too, by the way. And all the rooms leading up to the final room. Like there's like, I have concepts for, I think the 7 rooms leading up to the final room. So that's coming along. This is going to be the throne room. I'm going to put a restaurant here, not this restaurant. I just copied the broken compass and put it here, but I'm going to put a, I think I called it the Queen's Catch or something like that, or the Queen's Gambit. There we go. That's what I called it. Random washroom. Got to have those, important. The way up to chapter 2. I have a toy maker's office up here, which hasn't really done anything with it yet. But a place for all these things to show up so you can hear about the other story. So I have those things going on. I've got lots of concept rooms. I did a bunch of changes to chapter 1 as well. Ah, yes, chapter 1. Chapter that keeps giving and taking forever and ever because I keep changing and adding and adding and adding and adding. Mostly I want to show you my new, my piano puzzle. It's not a complicated puzzle yet, and it's going to get more complicated. I put books around to tell you the answers, though, so it's not a very hard one. I also don't know much about music. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to look up a song that can be played in these notes. Some people have musical skill. Those people are not me. You might think they are, but hear me out. They're not me. No. I switched the waiting room with the Hall of Records. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, that'd be a better clue than just writing things like that. Like, I just put like an actual, like the position number and then what the key was on the things and just like 5 different books or something and said, yeah, we good. Yeah, the Hall of Records is now here. Did you see Patrick plays Donkey Kong for his like 3rd phase? I got up his health and everything, but around his 3rd phase, this area you have to opens up these doorways and then you have to get in the right one. Oh, well, I will just show you. He can use a little work. He dies too quickly, I think, but we'll fix that. Gonna spawn in there, buddy? Take it a second. Get hit by these things. Yes, get hit by them. They're so good. They're actually not very good. I need to balance this so it's a more effective weapon. It's just so expensive to throw them. Yeah. Well, he plays. It's Paddy Kong. You know? It's not entirely like it. There's no ladders to climb or anything, but you know, it's got its own thing. Obviously, you can also destroy the thing. You'll see. It's reminiscent of it. I've been doing a lot of reminiscent callbacks to other games that exist, like just simple mechanics that are like it. Not quite it, but like it. Just enough so you know that's what I was trying to do, but you know it's not really the same. After all, in Donkey Kong, you cannot heal nor hit things with a giant hammer. Well, there might be a hammer, actually. Oh, that's right. I have this star in here. Oh, God. Behold the might of the star. The most overpowered thing ever. I put it back in as a reward. Oh, my God. Stupid star. What are you going to do about it, Patrick? Look at that. We get my sanity back, get my health back. That's a bummer, isn't it? How are you even going to fight this, Patrick? This is why this was such an overpowered toy. You just run away. They can't do anything about it. Oh, Temperance got a bit of an upgrade, too, in how it looks. I ain't cursed, though. I got her hand in the dark here. Yippee-ki-yay! I made the fool do, like, hit a lot more things. It's way more AoE, such a, like, he no longer stops hitting one thing. You can just clown on things. Yeah, they were great. I gotta get him to his third phase. I've been dicking around instead of fighting. I'm surprised you haven't entered your third phase, Patrick. I guess I haven't got his health low enough yet, huh? The best use of your curse is actually just to dash. And that's not good. I don't want that. Are you going to use your ability? Are you going to make me look like an idiot? I feel like he's making me look like an idiot. There we go. So now one of these open up. This one here. And you have until the thing ticks down, and then it will slam this door shut. And if you're still out there, the water raises up and kills you. So don't still be out there. He rolls little spike balls at you. You can break the spike balls though. They're physics based, so I need to make them a little faster, I think, or something. Getting hammered. Oh, so many of them. You hit him and he'll teleport away. And the water goes away. You can go back down. Yay! You have a few seconds and then he will do it again. You can also jump super high now. I guess this is the one today. It just likes this one. Yeah, Dinky King, yep. Rolling them a little slow over here, fair enough. I had to say something, didn't I? Slower you are, the quicker, the more he'll have waiting for you, so you do have to want to hurry up. Don't jump off. You jump off, you're dead. Behold the might of the star, the most broken thing in the world. Stupid star. Oh, this one. This thing was so overpowered that when I showed it to fight Vu with it, it actually reduced the fight time by 8 minutes. It was that powerful. I was like, Jesus. I'm just healing myself up because I can. It's one of the few moments in the fight where you can do that. Yeah, it is dumb. I want to make her tougher, but I mean, she's reasonably tough, but the star is just imbalanced. It's hard for the enemies to deal with it because you just run away. The whole strategy is you run away. You never have to stop to get your sanity back because you could just start flipping it the other direction. I mean, I'll make that ability show up later, the sanity ability, but like, I don't think you're going to have that for that fight, but oh, you shouldn't be allowed it. It's so overpowered. Yippee-ki-yay! I made it where he takes like triple damage if you're, if he's in this area, so this way, you know, every time you go up there, it's worth it. Otherwise, it'd take forever. I could make it not do that. Yeah, that's the new Patrick fight. Could still use some tweaking to be better, of course, but I figure it's more interesting by far than the old version, that's for certain. But that was cool. You've probably seen everything. I don't think I've changed. I put some tents in other places, so. Oh, I didn't show you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't show you what the third Charlotte fight's gonna entail. Where are we at? Great board. Okay. Yes. Like I say, I started throwing back to some old games because I thought it was funny. They're not going to be the same, but this one's nowhere near as far along. There's also no lights in it. Yeah. So this is my Miss Popman arena. I wonder if you can guess which game we're talking about here, just in case you weren't certain. It is, in fact, a giant Miss Pac-Man style arena, just so you know, in case you missed that little part there. There are no pellets to get, that is true. Go in the toy entrance. Instead, you light up the floor by hitting them. And the way it's going to play out is there's either going to be little Charlotte heads chasing after you, or it's going to be specialized toys like the doll ball thing. I'll show you the doll ball in a second. These portals show to the other side of the level too, so you can jump that way, hit the sides. And you win by hitting all the things. I might make you play through all the levels of Miss Pac-Man. There's only 4, by the way. There's a story reason for this setup here, and I needed a fight that made sense for this. I'm not going to hit them all. There's like 200 and something things to hit, but you get an idea what it's like. And if you run back over them, they don't delight. At first they did, and you got to jump over. It was super obnoxious. And I might put it back. I don't know. It depends on how difficult I want to make it. But yeah. Where's the sender? Oh, it's up here. Is it? No, it's not. I can't remember where the center is. Oh my god. That's right here, actually. Yeah, I'll have the ghosts come in here. Yeah, maybe. At some point, you'll just go, okay, wait a second, and have to run down the areas. And if you're systematic about it, you're probably better off, but you'll also be chased by the doll thing. But yeah, that is the thing that I am concerned about. Because Miss Pac-Man and just Pac-Man are top-down games. So this, I'm not sure how I'm going to make it where the enemy is threatening, but not like that. Perhaps the enemies just show up and you have to attack them and, you know, you might not want to fight them, potentially. I don't know. Because it's going to be a long fight. So, there'll probably be something of a time limit in a way. All the battles against Charlotte always have some kind of time limit in the fact that Charlotte is an insta-kill, so... But this fight's going to be very different. The first and second fight are much different than the third and fourth fight against Charlotte. Because there's 4 fights against Charlotte. We won't talk about the final fight against Charlotte. I'm going to leave that as some spoiler things. I have mechanics planned for the final fight against Charlotte. Yes, I do. I had that fight planned before I had the other fights planned. But yeah. You'll eventually be teleported out if you win. By getting them all. But... Let me load up the Pop Arena there. These levels are actually their own separate little thing. So I can load different ones in. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Big fan of it. So the enemy plan for this might potentially be these. Right, this is not the right one, is it? No, it's not. This is not the right one at all. Come to me, boss fights. Okay. So the proposed enemy that chases after you are these things, though I'm going to make them bigger than this. They're supposed to be much bigger. I want to make it where you can't get over them. So potentially it might be a 3 or 4 in this height. Maybe like a 3.4 or something. And they're going to roll after you with their giant spike thingy. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking will be the enemies of these. Maybe a little smaller. Yes. I was very proud of it. So I'm going to go out of my way to make it the right size so I don't have to keep doing that. Hear me out. The right size is the best size. And then this knock it back to a 1 and that should be the right size. Yeah. So, think of those. They're going to run around and do those things and chase after you. I just don't know how I'm going to make it where you can sense them. That is concerning. I'll have to figure it out. I have a long way to go before I get to this portion, so just like the final room, I designed a concept for it, but I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. So time. Yeah, thought that was cool. Been adding a lot more puzzles and weird things to the game, like extra stuff that's just unusual. So, let's see. For them, hit the phase and they go back to the center. Is that like Pac-Man? Having to get pop up? Yeah, maybe. They have to be threatening enough, so just hitting them once might not be enough. Like, they might need to have some health or something. You have to deal with them coming after you. But since you can't see them in advance, you can't just dodge them, so they can't be instant kills. It's possible that I have, like, you know, like minion ones running around, like those things there, and then have like a Charlotte head that runs around, and the Charlotte head's an instant kill. But you can kill the other ones off, you just have to do it, so you try not to get stuck like fighting them for too long, otherwise, you know, you'll get hit by the Charlotte head. That might work. That might work indeed. I decided this needed to be bigger because you couldn't reliably jump on the thingies. Yeah. Well, it's good to think about. I mean, I got a lot of time to figure it out, but yeah, it's gonna be a bit. I'm just saying. So I'll just do this one. So yeah, now you can jump on them, and they'll say it there. I jumped on 2 keys at once. Still kind of easy to do. Yeah, I need to get the collision a little better on them, but other than that, I'm gonna make the code a lot longer too. Obviously, if it's wrong, it just does that. It's currently a really simple code. Because I was testing it, I'm too lazy to do a complicated one. Gives you that. This is how you get Temperance now. Temperance is hiding up there. Oh. Let me fix this real fast because I made some changes but didn't actually write the room into here. So without the room, it will not open. Yeah, I'm adding in all kinds of crazy crap because, you know, it's just more fun. It's really that simple. It's just more fun. More secret areas everywhere. Lots of tweaks to these areas, though. This might be one of the few major changes that happen. I'll have to put some sort of little jumping puzzle up to that or something. Yep, now there finally is a music puzzle in there, and that's how you get Temperance. It's waiting up there for you. And you'll just use the Magician to get up there and all that. Though I don't have anything equipped at the moment, but I started adding more fog to places too. The playroom is now here. Sorry, the waiting room is now here. So made more sense. I wanted people to go through the area, and the Hall of Records made no sense for a place for the public to go through. But the waiting room sitting next to the playroom, the chapel, and the library, it seems pretty solid of a choice. I need to design it better. It's got some concepts going on, but overall, it's not there. I think I only changed the music of this room. I didn't do anything else with it. I think that's like 90% of the big changes. Still building Charlotte's room. I haven't done anything with it. I just put some concept crap here. I'm not sure I'm even going to use it. I might just leave it out. Oh yeah, the fog. Whenever Charlotte's around, I tend to put fog in places, and it definitely adds something to it. I actually like it when it's blue more than I like the black fog, so I might change this black fog to blue. There's a couple black fogs in here. And the blue fog now is... It's because I adjusted the amount of moonlight, and the moonlight turns it blue. Because the moonlight's blue, because I made the moonlight blue to make it look darker without it being dark. So I was like I spent like a day screwing with lighting to get that fun look there. And to give the whole game a better overall appeal to it. I had it a little darker out here, but then I decided to lighten it up because it was just a little too dark inside even with those changes. But overall... It's even darker out here. So you can see the sky better, which is nice. So I'm definitely going to add more fog wherever Charlotte is. Could be fog, could be smoke. But yeah, the black fog I don't really like as much. I did it to make it seem darker in here, but... Fog? Let's change it real quick and see if it looks better. Yeah, that's the fog one. That's not the best. Actually, they're all like that here. Right, okay, white's just the normal one, sure. Remember, the following standard seems to create a fairly detailed ring around your location. Yeah, it's... The way they do the fog thing is it like at a certain, you know, attenuation, it just completely falls off. And I could probably change it so it falls off less. Potentially. Potentially. Yeah, I might do this and just do the fog like that. Is that better? Maybe? Huh. I don't know. This might be creepier with the black fog. I'd want to turn them all to that though, but these fogs are from the other rooms too, so it would just be these fogs here. I don't know. Yeah, I get this too. Yeah. Something bouncing on the couch. Yeah, black's better. Black is definitely better. I almost wonder if I should have black fog wherever she's actually at and not have this color fog. This has a fun ethereal feel. I think it actually looks better about this height. I think that when I raised it up here, this did not look as good. Like, I think that this is... It's not the same. Like, it's probably better at this height there. Yeah. No, it's just one local fog volume. Fair. Higher up seems almost kind of weird. There is something to be said for making this black, though. Is that better? It loses an ethereal feel, but it definitely adds a creepier feel for certain. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, it's down here. Yeah, I don't know. But the thing is I would only use it in the rooms where Charlotte is. Right? That's the thing is, do I use it in other rooms or just where Charlotte is? Or just the boss fights? I do like this weird little ethereal look to it, though. I mean, I do like it, but it's definitely for the fights against her. I'm going to want to do the opposite. Or just make it dark and creepy. I've also wondered if she shouldn't be in the other rooms. Because it almost cheapens her. But then in some horror games, they'll have, like, you know, the unkillable things show up periodically just to mess with you.
Hello there.
Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Where'd she go? Oh, oh. Now she's toying with me. Actually, there might not be a nav mesh for her to run around. Where is the nav mesh at? Let me double check. The nav mesh might not be set up correctly for her. Oh, no, it is. She's just toying with me. Fair enough. Yeah, like scare from the back. Yeah. I really want things to shift when she's around. Like, I want the game to play differently. I treat it like the Dahaka and, like, Prince of Persia, Sands of Time kind of thing, or actually Warrior Within, where the game is like a fun little platformer thing, and then suddenly this unkillable monstrosity trying to wipe you out. She's just playing games with you. It's a different kind of boss fight. Always you're trying to avoid her and accomplish something in the process. Doing pretty good, yeah. Doing decent enough. Not feeling so bad today. I was feeling terrible last year, but today I'm doing pretty good. Night of the Lepus. Oh my god. Well, he always shows up during my nighttime, so it's always the Night of the Lepus. Kind of terrifying. It could be. I got a giant rabbit in my game, but it's not a Lepus. It's an Oliver. Yes. I like classic literature, so I have a couple characters that represent the characters from Of Mice and Men. Lenny and George. Yeah, Lenny's like, tell me about the rabbiters. Yeah, I had to blank on names. Some random Wonderland things. I have a secret garden. I mean, how much classic literature am I going to toss there? Because they were all literature that would have existed around the time. I was going to put some Peter Pan references in, but I'm told apparently that's still got a copyright owned by some orphanage somewhere. I thought copyrights fell off long. I don't know. Anyway, whatever the case, maybe I don't include that one. Subtle reference is fine. I did think about having the Lost Toys. It's a joke. And I can get away with that, I'm pretty certain. Because that's just a stupid reference. They can be lost in toys, it's fine. Oh, the tell me about the rabbits, George? Yeah. Yeah. Not really my favorite classic, but the dynamic of the two characters is, in fact, amusing, if you will. When you put it as more of a comedic type of setup than as serious a one as that is, for certain. I already do a lot of the classics, so I'll try to slip in like little references along the way. Good idea things. They're not like direct references necessarily, but they'll act like those characters. So you go, oh, okay, it makes sense, Even some like there's some Alice in Wonderland references in here. Yeah, well, the thing about this copyrights is they usually fall off after some insane number of years. Might be 50, could be 100, I don't know. There's a certain thing like that, and because like Disney's losing a bunch of copyright things on a lot of their early stuff at this point. So things like Alice in Wonderland, you can just use Alice in Wonderland. It is completely copyright free at this point. You can just you can just make your own Alice in Wonderland if you want. Now, you can't copy the Disney one, or you can't copy like the American McGee stuff. You have to make your own stuff. But you can just make your own. It's so far out of copyright at this point. I can make my own Count of Monte Cristo. Nothing. This is out of copyright. Am I going to make Count of Monte Cristo? No. Though weirdly enough, the original game I was making very much could have been a version of Count of Monte Cristo. So, I mean, there's a similar concept to it. It's not the same story by any stretch, but you can, if you boil it down, they had similar things. That's actually why that game turned into a disaster, because I kind of wanted to do more of an Alice in Wonderland type of setup, but that's obviously... Talk about two things that don't merge together, the Count of Monte Cristo and Alice in Wonderland. The character looked too much like an Alice. That was the problem. I mean, she looked like the Disney Alice more than anything else. Like a steampunk Disney Alice. Because, Alice Liddell is not a blonde. he was actually in fact a brunette. So the American McGee's one is actually a lot more accurate than the Disney one. Yes. Yeah, American McGee was actually surprisingly pretty accurate with things, including having the sister has the same sister's name too. Whereas Alice in Wonderland, both the book and the Disney one doesn't ever name the sister. She actually had multiple sisters. I forgot the name of the one in Alice Madness Returns that they used, because I think it was her younger sister. I have to look it up. Using so many liberties with their adaptations. Yep. When I first read Smart from the Grimm's Fairy Tale. Yeah. Yeah, the Grimm's Fairy Tale scenes are way better than the stuff that Disney put out, for certain. Lizzie, that was the sister's name in there. Oh, if you're curious. I was just looking at things like that. This is actually Alice Liddell, by the way, the actual Alice from Alice in Wonderland. If you're curious, this is her. She grew like, she died at 80 or something like that. Or she lived a long time, but yeah, she does not look anything like that. Though they drew her like this in the book thing, sure, but. And that was like 6 younger children, including sister Edith. Yeah. There's a bunch of things. So if you really want to get there. Yeah. And Lewis Carroll was a friend of the Liddell family and spent a lot of time hanging out with their kids and like that. And his favorite one was Alice here. So Alice's Adventures in Wonderland are actually based on his conversations with Alice Liddell. So if you'll notice in Alice Madness Returns, her name is Alice Liddell. It's actually deserved. Yeah. So, in case you're curious. I'm an Alice in Wonderland fan, by the way. Like lots of versions of it. I mean, don't get me wrong. This game has no similarity to Alice in Wonderland whatsoever. Because Alice in Wonderland is essentially a story of, a coming-of-age story for a girl, basically. It's essentially what it is. It's literally just, them trying to understand a world of adults and things that don't make sense to them, and like putting it in this imaginary world so they can figure it out. And then, American Muse Alice took that story and decided to take the childhood traumas and try to make those the things she was working out instead. But it's always, trying to understand this world around them like that, that's in their head. Like, it's like, they're trying to understand things that are happening outside by putting a fake world in their head and trying to live it out like that. This is not that. Poppet died. She returned as a doll. This is closer to Child's Play in that regard. Like, there's no imaginary world here. Spoiler for you. It's all real. So it doesn't really have the concepts that fit the thing, the nonsense and things like that. Like I can put some nonsense in there because they're crazy from a curse, but yeah. That's why she's always thinking everything's like nonsense and everyone just speaks that way, because to her, like all the adults, that's how they speak. She doesn't understand that world. If you ever get bored, like they have all these things analyzing all the stuff and everything. It's also a scathing review of all the bad things that were happening in the Victorian culture at the time too, that he wasn't allowed to write because, you know, the king would have actually, they have a king or queen at the time, I don't remember, the royalty would have killed him. So, he'd have gotten thrown in prison, never let out, or just killed. Yeah, exactly. It's adulting that, you know, like, to her, she doesn't understand why she has to be, you know, here at a specific time at all. I could spin this as an Alice in Wonderland really easily if I wanted. I could sit there and, like, you know, she's trying to, you know, make it out by this certain amount of time, the, you know, like by the light coming up, like something like that. And she doesn't understand why she just has to do it. She's dropped in this world. I could make it all in her head if I wanted. I don't want to, because I'd like to set up the rest of the world and not set up a Wonderland. Because I have a whole story leading up to this and everything like that too, events and things like that. It's not built to be a Wonderland by any stretch. This is the same problem I had with the other thing there. It was never built to be a Wonderland. The original game I was working on, it was not built to be any kind of Wonderland game. I just decided I was so excited by that I made it like that, or tried to, and that was not meant to be. It's not. Don't change your concepts. Yeah, this is definitely more of a toy maker thing. This is more like, you know, SCP, like horror, not really horror, but it's more macabre than anything else. But it's setting up my own little world and everything like that, and the events that lead up to things like that. And future games, like all my games are always gonna be in the same world. But if I made it a Wonderland, I couldn't do that, because then a Wonderland is a personal thing. So it would always center around Poppet, who has a name, by the way. She has a full name, including a middle name. She has a backstory and everything like that. I wrote all these things for her, so when I wrote her, I'd actually have something to draw off of. But I don't want every story to be Poppet's story. Like, she actually doesn't really have a trauma to work out, per se. She died. She came back as a toy. She's got enough of a problem right there. She has a real problem. She doesn't need a... Like, she has no, like, mental thing that she needs to deal with to have a Wonderland. Right? Because, I mean, you need some kind of traumatic event, essentially, even if it's just becoming an adult. The Poppet's 18, by the way, so she's already an adult. Almost 19, I think. She has a birthday. I wrote these things down. Do I remember them offhand? Hell no. Hell no. So, with no storyline basis of what you would actually, you know, base your Wonderland on, she'd make a terrible Wonderland character. I tried to spin the other characters Wonderland character by having her fall off a cliff and, like, you know, her trying to basically find the will to live after all the bad things that happened, but it wasn't the story I was trying to. It was so weird. But setting up, like I say, I did a lot of research into what makes a Wonderland and why, and the whole purpose behind the story. And the more I thought about it, the more I was like, this is... If you want to make a Wonderland, understand what it is you're making and why you're making it. And I mean, you know, you take a look at Alice Madness Returns, and, like, you know, she's trying to deal with the, you know, her parents and her sister being burnt up in this fire that she believes she accidentally caused, right? And later on, you just start to discover that she's also been groomed for, like, this pedophilia ring too. Like, you know, it goes dark, and you start to see why they're, you know, converting all, like, the children into toys and everything like that. You know, playthings, and why everything starts to get a lot more sexual as the game goes on. It's just like, oh, okay, that's where this is going. Because, you know, I mean, that's what her story is. You see that she's fighting this trauma off like that, and, like, you know, there's like a, you know, you'll see, like, the therapist is, like, messing with her head because, like, it's changing how her Wonderland is, because the therapist is telling her to believe things. So she's trying to make her Wonderland fit this other world that, you know, she's told she's supposed to believe. So you see, like, this train running through, just destroying, you know, Wonderland as it's going like that. You know, like, everywhere you're going, this diabolical train, whatever, is just wiping things out. And that's representing, you know, her trying to change her psyche to that kind of thing. And Blue from Very Dark at the same time, like Cowcatcher. Yeah. I thought about tossing some Pinocchio stuff in here. I think I just only have so much space. That's where we're at. I'd rather use my favorites versus the not so favorites, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of dark things in these old fairy tales. Like, you'd be surprised. And my world is dark. Like, bad things happen in the world. Just because you know, are the good guy, doesn't mean you get a good ending. Bad stuff happens. You think Charlotte was a terrible kid? You think she got, murdered because any particular reason? I mean, I have a story for how she died too. Wrote that one. Probably never. It'll probably be like in entries in the game. I don't think it's actually going to be just strictly written. But, I'm going to put some dark themes in here. Like, I'm not going to be as story centric as some of these things, because the simple reality is it is a Metroidvania, and there's only so much time for story. Okay, like, I can't have a bunch of cutscenes or anything, because unless I use AI to make them, I'll never get them done in time. They take forever. You know how long it takes to make movies and stuff? Holy crap. But, yeah. We'll have to see what goes on like that. But I definitely got inspiration from Alice in Wonderland. That'll definitely be a thing. And
shut up and take my money.
aha, yes. I'm happy people are excited by it. I've definitely kept the story on the down low a lot. I don't think that people will understand what the story is yet. I mean, Poppet died. She's trying to, break the curse, get her way out. But there's more to this story than you think. So, yeah, Metroidvanias aren't really known for long stories. And I also think that of all the skills I have, that's probably the weakest, because it's the least proven. I might not be a bad writer. I could actually be a great writer for all I know. I've written a fair amount of things. It's just that I've never made money off it. And that's usually my justification for how good I am at something, if I made money off it or not. I guess I wrote some Amazon reviews and got paid for those. So I technically did make money off writing, if that helps. Don't trust Amazon reviews, folks. Just saying. Don't trust Amazon reviews. Every product's 5 stars if you give it to me for free, by the way. Like a little secret. Like, hey, we're not saying you gotta give us 5 stars, but here's this product for free. Oh, thanks. Wow, this product's amazing for $0. I did actually used to be an artist, so that is true. I used to do advertisements for websites, and my advertisements got seen by millions of people, so I got paid for art. That's true. That was a long time ago, though. That was like 15 years ago at this point. I got paid for that. I've technically been paid to do coding if you count the streaming it. I'm very good at mixing things together that already exist. That's my thing. And keeping to various concepts and like that, People often say that I'd be a good, concept designer and level designer and things like that for stuff. Get the whole graphical look of your game together. Even though I've been working off of a bunch of cheap crap that is just, haphazard things, it's come together in a game that looks cohesive for what it is. I think that if I could pay for custom things, it would obviously be better, but somebody doesn't have the money to do that. I asked some guys like, so what's this going to cost for this model? And he's like, well, they cost $500 to $7 a month, $700 a model. I was like, okay, so we're buying 0. 500 to 700, Jesus Christ. He looked great, by the way. Dude was awesome what he did, but I need like 50 enemies, 12 bosses, 9 NPCs, and Poppet. That's just character models, or like some sort of thing, like, sometimes the contraptions just crap rammed together. That's so much. That's so much. I'm going to take every shortcut I can get. I mean, I need like 70 models for just the characters. More than that even. I actually need 72 models. This doesn't include little minions for the bosses too. Some of the bosses have their own unique minion helpers too, so. Random fly trying to get me. Or mosquito or something, I don't know. So, like. Then we're talking about models for everything else? Oh my god. It's never. It's not happening. So, you know. Yeah, I think I'm, not doing that. Not doing that at all. But I mean, every time they give me something new for free, there's a chance I can make use of it to make something work. And humble bundles exist. Sure, it might not be unique, but I made some unique things. I mean, I built the building, so that says something. Many of the, like, you know, walls and things like that had to be unique, the floors and stuff like that. Using splines, you can create all kinds of pathways and things that are unique. I use Daz. I'm a cheater. I use Daz. It's not easy to make a Daz character look good necessarily, but we'll give him a style look that's actually nice looking. But for the most part, treat Daz like the ultimate character creator that also lets you edit things, but is much more likely to set things up with sliders and like because you have like a bajillion sliders, like hundreds of them, to make your stuff to tweak things and move shapes around like that, instead of actually just pulling and drawing things. And then you can add whatever materials you want and change them. And there's like huge amounts of customization options. Like there's really like, you know, 50 different just things for each material for each section of the body. You can go crazy with it. Mirrors. I'd show people, but the problem with Daz is like the least stream safe thing in the history of the world. I was trying to find ways to do it without like any kind of forms of nudity anywhere in that, and I saw even some of the slider pictures have nudity. I was like, I gave up. I was like, there's no way I can do this without getting banned for using this program on stream. Even if I, you know, pull the model out and clothe it like that, you know. And the thing is, like, you know, they're anatomically correct models, okay? Well, okay, like, the dudes don't got no schlong or anything like that. Nothing hanging off the front, yeah. You can get one of those for it. You can get anatomically correct with these models if you really want. But I don't want that. I made those games with Daz? Yeah. Yes, he coded. Oh, I see. Well, anyway. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Daz is real good for adult stuff. I refer to it as doll OnlyFans. It's pretty much what it feels like when you go to their website. Like, it's just straight up doll OnlyFans. If you're clever with it, you can make your stuff not look like, you know, cheap porn. But for the most, is this page safe? Can I show this stuff? I don't see any nudity. That's a good sign. Sure. It's kind of neat. Okay, so it's the revenue, not my jam. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, take a look at this site and tell me this doesn't, you know, focus almost exclusively, well, this tap for some reason, on selling attractive females. Tell me it doesn't. Tell me it doesn't. Just, you can also have younger ones too. That don't do it. There's some things like that. There's legit stuff here. But you get the idea. But the software is free. And there's a disgusting amount of free stuff. So if you want to try it, if you just go to the shop thing, I'm going to double check that it doesn't show anything that I don't want to see. That's fine. Yeah, you go over here and you just set the price to low to high and it'll show you all these free things. I already have all the free stuff. So, you know, hide items I own. You can see all the free things. Free. They have limited time free stuff too. So you collect all the limited time free stuff and you can make models out of things and stuff. And it adds up. There's pages and pages. I'm not going to click them because I'm afraid that, you know, I'm afraid various things can happen there. But, you know. But here, I'll put a link to it so people can decide if they want to play. Like I said, it's free, and I just collect the free stuff all the time. So every couple weeks I have new free stuff. The guy was really nice, had a kid, and saved me money. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, just because people working with adult stuff doesn't make them bad people. I've known plenty of people work with that stuff. They're fine people. Am I interested in what they're working on? Not really. Could I make one of those? Most certainly. I have all these Daz assets. I could totally turn that into porn if I wanted. I don't want to, but one of the things I'm going to do, I haven't done this with the models yet, is I'm going to go through and I'm going to remove all this stuff, the pixels underneath the clothing. I haven't done that yet because I keep changing the model and it's a lot of effort, but you can go through and do that because you can actually edit the pixels in it too and everything like that. You can edit the triangles in it and everything. You can mess with all the things like that. You can do, it's kind of like got Blender stuffed in there, but for the most part, you really don't want to do that unless you have to. Got down the blatant smut, just yeah. I mean, the funny part about Daz is that that's not even the red light district of the Daz models, because there's like render state, which is a little like closer to the dirty thing there, and then there's another place called Renderotica. Take a guess what's there. They're just, people tell me these things, I'm like going, whoa. Double quadrant or something? Yeah. Yeah, squirrels are there. That's right. That's what's there. Yeah. Like, if you're doing like Daz itself, like their main store, you can get some adult things, and the models are anatomically correct, and you can get other parts to make that happen. Sure. Okay. But if you're doing the pornography stuff, you're going to Renderotica. What a... I, however, am making a game with toys. Guess who does not wish to go to Renderotica? Guess who doesn't want to even go to, like, it's not Render State. What's the other one? There's a middle ground one. I pretty much just stick to Daz, though. I have no interest in these are toys. The only non-toys are like Charlotte and Tinka, who are both ghosts. So, well, like the toy maker, but I don't know if the toy maker is really ever going to make an appearance directly in here, because he wouldn't want to be in here at night because all the toys come to life. Why would he want to be here? That's insane. That's such a bad plan. Yeah, there is. There most certainly is. Usually those are the kind of people who get Patreons, though. You'd be surprised how much people are willing to pay for that kind of crap. I'm like, how many people you pay? You're getting like $3K a month because of this? For your fan porn game? It's probably just a visual novel with like some cheap RPG Maker things in it? Right. Ultra's on this one, not that one. It's crazy. Yeah, there's just a bunch of vectors versus yeah. Well, I mean, you know, you can make things morally bad if, depending upon what your subject matter is. Some subjects are not good things, and they should not really be the kind of thing you're telling people, because a lot of people won't even think about that terrible stuff, and then you introduce that stuff to them, and I'm talking about like the really bad stuff. Like, you know, if you just like looking at naked people, go ahead, whatever makes you happy. I mean, as long as they're like, don't make them look underaged. It's a bad idea. Like, it's gross, and don't do that. But yeah, like, those are things that just shouldn't be, you know. But other than that kind of stuff, I don't worry too much about it. As long as you're not doing something illegal, I don't really care. If you're doing something illegal, stop it. do that. But yeah, whatever makes you happy as long as it's not illegal. Because, yeah, stop it, get help. Yeah, a lot of people, you know, they just, yeah. I think that being anonymous on the internet gets people often down bad rabbit holes. And they kind of need to get away from the computer sometimes, or the phone or whatever, and just go see the rest of the world, see what life's really like. Because, I mean, there's so much negativity and terrible things on the internet that it's really easy to just keep falling down that rabbit hole, and it's not a good place to be. You need to... That just leads down not good paths. But that's not really happening for a lot of people, to be fair. Time here, objective file, a documentary the day, and face reporter, like I explained, translation, exhaust, is motorcycle. Yeah, I mean, listen, as long as it's a consenting motorcycle, that's a thing I just popped into my head. See, the internet brings all kinds of terrible things you really don't want in your head. Meanwhile, I just want to make my game about dolls that kill each other. Something perfectly normal, okay? I just want to play with my dolls all night. Will people watch? It's not weird. That's right, the rules of the internet. So many. And most people can't name any of them except for 34. Sorry, I wrote 32, my bad. I had to think about it. Alright, now. Man, I actually should... That's 34, is that? Yeah, there's 34th rule of the internet. What are you talking about? The rules of the internet. I didn't know there's more than that. I was like... Yeah. I had to look it up. Alright, so apparently there's a lot of rules of the internet. So we got, you know, don't mess with cats, you know. Don't talk about B, you don't talk about B. We are anonymous, we're legion, we don't forgive, we don't forget. Not to be terrible senses, uncaring monster. And anonymous is still able to deliver. There are no rules about posting. There are no rules about moderation either. Enjoy your ban. /B is not your personal army. They've been on for a while, apparently. Mostly 4chan. No matter how much you like debating, keep in mind that no one on the internet debates. Instead, they mock your intelligence as well as your parents. Rule 12, anything you say can and will be used against you. Rule 13, anything you say can will be turned into something else. 14, are trolls, it means they win. Rule 15, the harder you try, the harder you will fail. Rule 16, if you fail at never abortions, it may just become a winning failure. Rule 17, every win fails eventually. Rule 18, everything that can be labeled can be hated. Rule 19, the more you hate, the stronger it gets. Rule 20, nothing is to be taken seriously. Rules 21 to 24. Original content is original only for a few seconds before it's no longer original. Copy pasta is made to ruin every bit of last originality. Copy pasta is made to ruin every last bit of originality. Every post is always a repost of a repost. Relation to the original topic decreases with every post, single post. Rule 26. Any topic can be easily turned into something totally unrelated. Yeah, it's very meta. Rule 27. Always question a person's sexual preferences without any real reason. Rule 28, always question the person's gender, just in case it's really a man. Oh man, these things they've held true for a long time. And now we're on an ad break? Oh, we'll come back to the rules afterwards. I'm gonna take a quick bio break then, and we'll get back to the rules of the internet. I need more alcohol for the thing there. Oh, thanks for the donations, Emma. Thank you, thank you. Let me add you to the list there. Oh, update the list, I should say. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Do. Aha! Up to 500. You're like, YouTube actually contacted me and said I have to actually give them information so they can pay me cash. Or I was like, and then YouTube's like, here you go. I'm like, okay. Because they're like, you can't claim the money yet. So thank you, thank you. Let us continue our rules of the internet. This is important. The first time, let's get out. Oh, yes. Because when you're reading the rules of the internet, I don't know why you do it so. Yes. So where are we at here? On the internet, men are men, women are also men, and kids are undercover FBI agents. That's Thai currency. It's So I know if they stole $95 from you, how'd they steal $95 from you? Realistically, Kick and Twitch have paid me money, but I'm not currently streaming on Kick because it was really just Innsbruck who kept subbing down there. But so far YouTube has yet to actually pay me anything. But I streamed on it the longest. Soon though, soon, right? Maybe. Let's see. Rule 30, girls do not exist on the internet. Rule 31, tits or GTFO, the choice is yours. Rule 32, you must have pictures to prove your statements. Anything can be explained with a picture. Rule 33, lurk more, it's never enough. Rule 34, if it exists, there is porn of it, no exceptions. There you go, there's what we're talking about. Rule 35, if there is no porn of it, porn will be made of it. Rule 36, no matter how effed up it is, there's always worse than it's always worse than what you saw. True. Rule 37, you cannot divide by 0 just because the calculator says so. Rule 38, no real limits of any kind apply here, not even the sky. Rule 39, caps lock is cruise for cool. Cruise control for cool. Rule 40, even with cruise control, you still have to steer. Rule 41, Desu isn't funny, seriously guys, it's worse than Chuck Norris jokes. Man, this is dated. Rule 42, nothing is sacred. That sounds fair. Rule 43, the more beautiful and pure a thing is, the more satisfying it is to corrupt it. That's true. As he idolizes, corrupted Alice in Wonderland. Rule 44, if it exists, there is a version of it for your fandom. Rule 45, when one sees a lion, one must get in the car. These are important life lessons here. Let's see. So I had a channel, I was making ad revenue, only paid about $100. 100? That's fair, yeah. Eventually, they changed the sub count to get ad revenue to 1K. 95 built up. Next, oh, that sucks. Huh. Yeah, YouTube's not very nice to creators usually. I'm not even close to getting the thing yet. I have, or the next level of monetization, I have how many subs? 546 subs. Which, as I can tell you, it's kind of not 1,000. It's kind of not. Damn, kind of not. Hear me out. You might think it is, but it's not. But here's how the monetization thing he set up, in case you're curious, as far as the thing like that. For the next eligibility, here's the subs I need. This is how many hours I need. I have 22,000 valid watch hours of the 4,000. I don't have enough subs. I can't get monetized for ads. So I don't get any money from the ads. 22,000. Yeah. Can't get anyone to sub. I'm just like, well, okay. So Twitch is the only one who usually pays out for ads. Twitch is so easy to get monetized on. You trip and fall on monetization on Twitch. You need like what, 50 followers and like concurrent 3 viewers, which is easy to get as long as you're not like streaming something that everyone streams. You know what? I don't think I've subbed to you on YouTube. Maybe we show. Oh, Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Anyone who wants to help out my quest to be, you know, monetized on YouTube. And anyone who's watching on YouTube and isn't subbed and wants to help a guy out, just saying. Appreciate it. +1. Now I just need to tell everyone forever. Yes. Yeah. I started posting on X to replying back to people who do that, but so far it's only yielded like one person subbing on YouTube. I was like, cool, great. +1, but I'm still replying back to everyone. It's like, blah, 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 you know, get your content be seen or whatever, blah, blah, blah. They ask you. It's just like for the game thing. So I do the same thing for my game. Whenever anyone asks to see, like, you know, your game, like, showcase your game, I just reply back with my game over and over and over. I probably have like 2,000 posts of my trailer on X because that's how you get views. If you just post, you're not going to get anything. But if you reply back to all these things there, they'll sit there and like and retweet your stuff, and you'll get a crap ton of views. And that is how I have, you know, so many views. Yesterday, my post had, you know, 2,647, which is a great day. So it's if you notice, it's going up over time too. Like it'll go down, but you know, certain days are really bad days. Like certain days don't do so hot. But yeah, I mean, like you just reply back and it just goes up and up and up and up and up and up. So I mean, you know, that's a lot of impressions in the last 3 months. I mean, like, yeah. And this is about when I started too. Like you can just see the huge increase. Like this is when I released my trailer, by the way. I've never done as well as that day. Screenshot Saturday is the best day. 100%. It's the most popular one. Everyone knows about Screenshot Saturday. Every other day, like I have a list of various ones to reply back to. And it's this list here. Though the Thursday ones kind of suck. Trailer Tuesday is a good one. This teaser one's not really one. Monday's a dumpster fire. Why I have so many ones. You can tell the ones where there's no good one for it. Show Me Sunday's the actual real one. This one, not so much. Yeah, so Monday's a dumpster. Trailer Tuesday's the real one. Wishlist Wednesday is great. Thursday's a dumpster fire. Follow Friday's the real one. Screenshot Saturday's the real one as well. Every time I see a new one, I just write it down and hope it might be useful, and most times it's not. But yeah, also there's a lot of rules of the internet. Not sure how excited people are to hear all of them, but the internet is truly kind of old at this point, honestly. And I remember I've been around for so long on the internet. Jesus. You know you're old when you remember before the internet. Well, before the internet became popular, because technically they had it like in the 70s technically, but it was not what you think it was. It was only like big machines talking to each other, and it wasn't anywhere near the same. Oh yeah, the water's so good. Oh my god, every time I see it, the water's just awesome. Yeah, if you want the your own version of the water, I'll link the trailer for people. That's where the video to make it. Put that one there and link it in Twitch chat. But yeah, it's this one Royal Skies did, and I mean, he just teaches you how to make it. He'll run you through the whole process. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah. And it should give you a similar look to this, because I mean, I slowed it down a lot. I want mine to be more like pools than like rivers. So the ones he had were not. He didn't slow it down as much, so I went out of my that. But much of the coloring you see is actually from the lights and everything like that, the moonlight and stuff. Because you can see in his video, his is like, you know, obviously more bluish like this. Because I also kind of picked slightly different colors, I think. But being at night's very different. Like my visuals very different than what he was in before. But yeah, he's very informative. Very informative indeed. Definitely a fan. I could put this up here, I guess. I kind of wanted to block. Not sure I want enemies or not in this area. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, things like CompuServe and AOL let you surf the actual web. Before that, we had message boards and the like. The first time I got an email, I believe it was 93. I think I was 13 at the time. I just gotten into junior high. I think it was 13. 114. Because I could have been in my second year there. I can't remember. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the internet really didn't explode until AOL basically popularized it. That was really the turning point where they got so many millions of people on the internet. Before that, I mean, it was mostly just IRC and like email lists. It was not useful for anybody. But once people found a way to share cat pictures with each other, the internet was happy. Pretty much what happened. I guess I can let you fall down here because it doesn't matter. There's nowhere to fall. So I have to remember that's the thing I can do. You can fall wherever because it doesn't matter. Yeah, I used to play, it was like a game called Terrace, which was like, it was a MUD. It was a MUD on AOL. Remember that? I want to talk about old things like that where it's literally text-based MMO. I don't think my ability to visualize things via text was ever as good as when I was playing that game. Like, I could close my eyes and see that world. Which is good because when you looked at it, you can only see text. I had fun with it. It was great. And because the arrow keys travel between the rooms, I could actually just tell you, you know, list out long lists of directions. Like rattling off 15 different keystrokes to get to a location wasn't even a problem. There's no world I could do that now. My memory sucks. But back then, when you play games like that, where you have to memorize all these things like that, suddenly you're really good at it. I'm really good at visualizing things in my head, though, so that's just the thing I do very well. Came in handy in like, was it like Guild Wars 2? Where I would play like a Mesmer because the Mesmer was so much fun. And you sit there and you, in your mind, basically lay out the battlefield in like, you know, quadrants like that, because that's how you had to play as a Mesmer. You were like teleporting all these places and leading clones and stuff like that. Turning yourself invisible and things. You're basically trying to create a loop in this, you know, little battlefield area to make it so they couldn't beat you. They would never able to strike blows against you. You can kill bosses that way too. Very good at that kind of thing. Very big strategy guy. Was a lot bigger now I do game dev all the time. But game dev is pretty easy to visualize too. Just that, you know, it's just like I just see what I want in my head. It just happens. Back playing as Neverwinter Nights game in 2009. Ran AOL Network. Did it? No. It's the first multiplayer game that was in land direct motor connection. Oh, yeah. Well, like first massive multiplayer, because you could still play multiplayer on things like Nintendo. So multiplayer games existed, but Yeah. Land reckoning. Yeah, right. You said that there. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, the Mesmer is great. I actually I made my own version of the Mesmer. Right? After I just described that mechanic to you, let me show you. Mine's obviously not anywhere near like that, but because that was a whole character class in MMO. It was a lot of fun. I later switched to the Necromancer because it was more fun, but also I was a loot whore, and that's what the Necromancer was good at. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. Blah 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 blah. So. Oh look! What did Mesmers do? They made little clones of themselves and vanished. Go to other places. Well, I don't have an invisibility for Poppet, but you could actually destroy your clones in order to deal damage to things. You can make your clones run at them like that. I do have something like this. Let me see if I can show you like a Mesmer thing. Obviously they're very different than this. We'll say Mesmer PvP because it's probably going to be a World vs. World. That's even more fun. World vs. World was the best part of that game by far. It's not really showing any of the cool stuff. I haven't played that game in like a decade. Who knows what they've changed? So I was looking for some cool stuff, and it doesn't look cool. You can't even see. Why do people zoom out so much? Somebody zoom in. Zoom in. Man, these people managed to make it look boring. Yeah. I was going to show something, but now everything I keep finding is just not what I expect. Man, I've let the game forever. Oh. Well, anyway, it used to be like that. I don't know. All these things look terrible. I haven't seen a single clone appear anywhere. Right. Well, anyway, they used to be like that, but it looks like now it's not that anymore. I'm having a hard time finding a video where they even use a clone, which was the coolest part about the class. Lame. All my homies hate what they've done with the Mesmer. I don't know. Oh, yeah. We going old school now. Hell yeah. I remember the one they made later, but this looks horrifying. But you gotta love the artwork they used to have back then. They definitely knew who they were advertising to. America Online. Oh my god, I haven't seen that logo in forever. I feel so old now. That's cool. Man, now I feel bad. I wanted to show people my mesmer thingy. I'm sorry about that. Oh, well, mine blew up and there's blood everywhere. I should make a gravity mage. That was another one there. I can't remember which moment had me a gravity mage. I was like, what the hell? A gravity mage? Alright, well, I gotta play a gravity mage. I never had one of these before. Ah, yeah. Yeah, limited time. Yeah, I remember that. That's okay, because someone would call and disconnect you anyway, because you only had the one phone line. Yeah, I remember that too. All the people listening who are younger, like going, wait, he's like, what? Yeah. We clacked stones together at the right clicks in order to get, you know, the right rate to connect to the internet. That's how it worked. It was great. We had saber-tooth house cats that we rode around to. It was good times. Once you've ridden a saber-tooth house cat, you can never go back to a regular house cat. Yeah. Ah, yes. Way back in the day. People like to remember that stuff fondly. I guess they don't remember it very well. Not so great. Not so great. It's pretty crappy, actually. Haha, you get to be a fogey. My rules are simple. If you are like an hour older, actually, if you're a minute older than me, you're a fogey, and if you're a minute younger than me, you're a youngin'. It's really that simple. I don't make the rules, you see. Actually, I totally made that rule, but you know. But as I am only 45, you are in fact a fogey. Sorry. Just how it is. Thankfully, if you sacrifice enough goats to Cthulhu, you don't age so much. The Dark One loves goats. Yeah, I said it like that for a reason. Nothing. My older work is the same age, 1 month earlier. Ah, right now I'm taunting to be 47 when he's 40. Uh-oh. Like, quiet, fogey, back to your nursing home. Just tell him that. Back in my day, we didn't take crap from youngins like that. That's right, got him back, remember. 1 minute older, fogey. 1 minute younger, a youngin. That's right, okay boomer. The infamous okay boomer. I think this blocks well enough. Doesn't block down here though. I gotta... Wait, why don't we go so far down? Wait a second. It's just like a little schoolyard argument, except between old people. You're never too old to have a schoolyard argument. Where you just insult them in awkward ways that make no sense because they're not really much of an insult. Wow, thanks for hanging out, Nexus. Yeah. Definitely nice having you around. You should definitely hang out more in chat. Yes. I mean, my game progress won't be as much, but that's fine. I'll live. Probably. And if I don't, well, you know, I had it coming. You know? Like, what do you want? Could pull this rock farther back here and run behind these. That one's kind of blocking everything. It kind of sucks. But what if instead of this route, maybe you go this way? Well, unless I block high enough, you won't be able to... Well, actually, there's a ceiling there. So if I block the ceiling, like all the way at the top, I'd have to block there too. I don't want you to get down to this area without earning it. Or do I? Do I? Because I could make this the only entrance to get into here, so you have to actually go over to here, and then I could have like another section up here. And not have these going over there. I could have you drop down over here instead. And there's another pathway over here underneath these rocks, maybe? Or maybe I have you actually use this to get there in the first place, and I eliminate all these, and so you have to go through this to get down into here. Where I create like a little area here instead of having a pathway over to it. Essentially, whenever you do level design, you always start with a beginning point and an ending point, right? Where you want them to get to, and then where they're starting at, and then you just, as long as they can reach that, you have the basis of a level, sure. And then you just start introducing more things to make it take longer and longer to get them in. That's just how you design a level. That's it. It's all about that one thing. And that's what we do here. Because once they lower the water there, they would be able to jump on this to get over there. You have double jump here, so you can jump up to that, I believe. Because without that floor there, I can have more verticality, right? Because before you were just had to stay underneath that area no matter what you did. But now that you can go up, there's no reason for me to not make it where you go. Okay, there's a part where I need to actually enable double jump. There's no reason to not make you go up and down more. I need to reorient my thinking on how I do this. Yeah, because you can easily just jump from that up to there. Okay, well that's awkward. There's so little water here. I could actually increase the water height a bunch. It doesn't need to be... the reason it was so low is because of the limited space, not because I want it to be that low. So I could actually raise it up. And use the moon to get through here. This could actually be a box with like machinery in it. One of the things I could do is create a box with machinery and then have another pathway out of the box that like heads over this way or something. To get to like some other area. Like I just have like machinery and everything. Huh. Then you could run on top of the pipe. Where does it go? I mean, I probably want to restructure these too. I had a lot more holes going through the other one there because water would travel in and out of these rooms, the pump rooms, which made more sense than this current setup does. But I really want to break this into quadrants, essentially like that. Like say like this quadrant is, you know, its own little jumping puzzle setup over here, and then that one over there is separate from it. You come over here to find the Emperor, but there's no, you don't have the thing for it yet. You can probably make this jump, by the way. You could make it if I just did it a little better, but I don't want that to be a thing. I'm not going to put those there. Huh. So if I did that, I'm going to make this like you go up down here and then sneak your way down into this to get to here. And I don't know what I'm doing with this section over here. There's no point to it yet. But the button's over there and this is there, but this could just be an extra hidden area. So this becomes an unnecessary area that just happens to have something interesting. Okay. I'll bite. You didn't add the material? Really? Okay. So what we do is just make this a thing here. I'm not sure I want this machine set up just like this necessarily, but maybe I do. Do I want rock underneath it, or do I just want it to go to the ground? I can just have it go to the ground, right? There's no reason for there to be rock underneath it. Let's move these. Oh, it's just an ad thingy. Like something off to the side, and I was just like, wait, what? Oh, I gained +1 wish list too. Nice. I keep all this crap open on the side to keep track of things. I was like, maybe it's interesting. Curiosity is just my arch nemesis. Okay, so let's do this. I guess I can make this somewhat bigger. I mean, there's no reason I don't have to make it big. I can do whatever I want with it, so. It's not even at the ground. Alright, and so the big trick with this is to duplicate it. We dupin. Make the new one subtractive, make the new one slightly smaller. We'll do 4.9. Now I have a little hole in here. Yay! I want 60 sides on this one because that's round enough, I find. It's got to calculate this crap, so you know, if you make it too big, you're gonna hate yourself. Subtractive it. You gotta remember, this is supposed to be like inside of an aquarium, so I can have weird machinery stuff. It's fine. I might want to move it slightly though, just because the support's there, and I think I want to build it around the support. Both supports are here, so it's like, might need to be not so wide. I could also technically move the supports if I want. Or the supports could be on top of it too. I could move it all the way to the wall if I wanted and then put that on top, or just move the to the side here. Now my question is, how much of this is going to be underwater? I kind of want to raise this up. Especially now I don't care about this lower height. I'll have to raise up steps though. I don't hate it. Basically, I want you to still be submerged underwater, kind of, if you fall in. Like, it's kind of lame otherwise. 8's huge. I know what I'm doing. Maybe like a 4 is fine. This water's beautiful. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. It's way too big. 3's probably fine. I like this height. Uh-huh. Oh my god, someone downloaded the RPG Maker version of this game. Why would you do that? It's terrible. It could have eventually been a game. This is fine. I want you to be able to fall into. She looks up there. She's like, I would do little breath bubbles, but she doesn't breathe. She's a doll. Yeah, this water's amazing. So you raise everything up some. As long as you do a regular jump, it's fine. Big jump, probably not necessary, but. I could have this under the water, though. That's true. I need to make them grow up bigger, but if they're not paying attention, they might not notice them under the water, which could be interesting in its own right. I kind of want to block it so they can't go this way and they have to go the long way around. I think that might be better. I kind of want to do the central path more. Or even over to this corner or something. As I create my fake little thing here. I like where this water's at though. I think that's a lot better. This water's so cool. Also, since I only need one source of water now instead of the having the second one over the top to make it look better, I can move it a lot faster. That's very nice. You see how much better that looks just sitting there at the bottom of these? This water looks good even during the day. It's wild. Yeah, having them adventure to get to the cave is probably better. I think I need to have them get to this point right here. And then from here be able to head over to these locations and then have this be like a far location to get to. So it's basically a split between these two locations. It's probably a lot better. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They don't need to be this much though, but I can't really double jump very well with that giant rock above, so I gotta be careful about that. There's no reason these have to be straight. You know? There's not going to be this many mushrooms. Oh, I want one thing over here. There's a bunch of them, but I only want the one. Actually, to be fair, these already emit light too, so I don't really have to even have that, but maybe I will. I don't need this many, just a couple. Occasional mushrooms. Oops. Awkward. Sometimes you're out in space. It's complicated, don't worry about it. Wow. Don't click on random things. Don't do it, children. It leads to bad things. I'm definitely gonna make little caves down here. And I'll unblock areas that the viewing rooms could see. As long as I don't give you a way to jump to it, it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, this rock kind of has the worst collision ever, but besides that, I could have little pathways down here with those too.
If I just give in, the wall tops me.
That's kind of awkward right there, that jump there, because like it kind of makes it hard to see a little. Yeah, that was terrible. The fact that I've raised it up a bit is kind of a problem. Well, that looks crazy with the light on. Wow. I didn't realize it would look that cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shrink the size of these rocks. Okay. Ah, teleported. Yeah. Rocks are great because they come in all shapes and sizes, so you can just kind of do whatever you want with them, and good things will happen. Is that when you walk on? Not really, no. Why do you even exist? Like, if I just delete this one, what happens? Nothing. Not really. Like I say, I can have holes as long as you can't land on anything. So I need to block this because you could land on that, but I don't necessarily need as much stuff. And nav message drives me nuts. No, I didn't change it earlier. What if the Toymaker watches you from this viewing room as you wander by? Like, what if he's just periodically watching you? Or Charlotte could watch from here. That's an interesting idea. I'm gonna write that down. Basically, don't only have them do it the first time, just it's a weird thing watching there, and then, you know, they're just not there anymore. Which I think would probably be better than the other, where you're just sad and... yeah. And I gotta kind of move everything because I literally just restructured everything, and it'll get there. Like I say, as long as I don't have a way for you to fall through to some place where you could do something useful, I don't care. You fall. I should probably make some sort of a plant life off this stuff too, or something, some sort of seaweed maybe. It's true. Hello, creatures. I could make metal versions of them, and that would be little clockwork versions. Probably not, though. A lot of it comes down simply to, I don't know how much I want to invest in a swimming system or a water system for fighting and everything, underwater combat. when there's just not that many places where you're going to do it. I'm not got any broken ships down here, I don't think. I'm just hoping I had some seaweed or something. I guess not. Underwater ruins. Coral. Up for certain there'd be seaweed. Weird that there isn't. Do I want to go entirely rocks, or do I want to have like some building pieces too? That's another interesting idea. Let's gotta plug it with a small thing or something. Lock in the chat. Oh, I didn't even notice the little message in the server. Actually, it says keep it up in there. I'm like blind, I swear. Ah. Well, thanks again, sir. Keep it up. Yeah. I could use some gains like that. I mean, dude's got gains going on. This feels like me, like, you know, in my mind, the hard work. The mind is strong, but the body is weak. I think it's because the color was so similar to these two things. Like, this coloring is so similar. I was like, I didn't notice it. I guess I'm blind. So blind. So blind. I should stop being blind and start being not blind. That's just a good secret, I think. I might need to be careful about this thing here and having like things that are like this where you can get caught a bit. Might need blocking volumes to keep you from falling into certain areas. Like, you can fall in here for a while, I don't care about that. I could have all kinds of hidden areas back here too. Like, you'll be able to wander in the water once you have the Emperor, so you'll be able to go back into these areas. So I can hide stuff back there if I want. Oh, I like this idea. Okay, that one's still awkward right there. I jumped and hit this. I can raise that one up or shrink it basically. Yeah, I don't want that to be a thing. There's an argument for making it where I can... What is your problem? Make it where you can double jump. Single jump is fine, but people have double jump at this point, so maybe I want double jump to be a thing. This is so much cooler than the original way. It might just be that water's so awesome that it doesn't matter. These I need to do something with. I can't just leave them all small like that. It's weird. Gotta strategically place lights a little better than I'm doing too. I don't need that many of them. In fact, you don't really want that many of them. I think I'm just getting rid of these. Honestly, I think I'd probably rather have it be somewhere else where the player can see it better. Especially because I'm apparently eliminating this pathway, which... Am I going to eliminate? I don't know if I'm going to do that, actually. Might keep that pathway. As long as I block this, I don't care so much. So I kind of want to grow mushrooms to get here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too big. Well, 2 gets above the water. Just everything that was sitting on top of that other floor is just kind of hovering, doing whatever it's doing. You're like, cool. Trying to make it look like it would stand. Actually, the ending scale is bigger than that. All I needed to do was this. Just do 0.24 here and save myself the trouble. Copy pasting, I guess. Not that one. This is the most obnoxious card to get in the game so far. It might be one of the more obnoxious ones just in general. Basically, the Lovers is pretty obnoxious to get. I think Death's pretty obnoxious to get. And the World's obviously super obnoxious to get. Because, you know, I can't give you the World without making you earn it, right? I said I was gonna make a cave out of this, so I'm gonna do it. Actually, somebody seems to be in here. What's going on? Hey, Magic Wizard. I'm trying to learn how to make music in LMMS, but I can't wrap my head around it. What is LMMS? I have questions. Oh, okay. Free multi-platform digital music creator. Nice, nice. Okay. I remember once did this stuff when I tried to do like DJ stuff. I don't know why I ever stopped doing that. I did it briefly. I did a couple little DJ things to test out and mixing stuff up. Where you put a bunch of sound samples on stuff and you try to, you know, fit them to beats and things. I mean, a lot of it's just the Mario Paint theory, right? Of just placing the sounds that, you know, essentially a beat. You know, you start with a beat, it's like you put a sound to the beat over and over, and then you just, you know, continue, and you have like an alternating beat, like so. You know, and you keep doing that, and you start putting them like that, and you start mixing it, and occasionally you have a music that kind of, you know, mixes it up a little more. Like, wow. 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 You just keep doing that and keep adding things like that and make a beat. How was this soundtrack? Sick music? Oh, nice. Can't say I've heard it. I'm terrified to listen to music on, well, I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch. Mostly to YouTube. Going in that direction though? I'll take a look at it. Is that super you're a noob? Oh, yeah, just keep practicing with you, you'll get there. So it looks like this. I remember once I got copyrighted for video footage. It's like, huh. Got drones. Oh my god. It's got Lara Croft puzzles. Lara Croft puzzles. I realize it's Tomb Raider, but I'm gonna call it Lara Croft. It's got the enemy from Spider-Man. The whole guy. right? From the multiverse one that came out recently. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah. Just saying. It's a thing. It's a thing. Good. That's your first choice when broke, something like that. Yeah. Now listen, sometimes free is best because free is all you can afford. That's fair. Like I say, the gameplay does not look special. It actually looks not very good, but it's definitely got interesting looking enemies. I'll give it that. It's definitely missing something when it comes to the, you know, Souls style combat. Like it feels generic. But the enemies are neat. Also, like, man, they're missing something here. I mean, like this part here looks okay. Like when you look at the bottom portion of the screen, it looks decent. Kind of, it's still a little bland. But every time they look up, it's just, it's so bland. It's just, as soon as he looks away from the ground, it's just, it's not a pretty game. No. It's just the most bland thing you can get. Yeah, I'll make a different age there. Guy's like, that's so bland, oh god. This isn't too bad, but it suffers from the same problem a lot of the realistic games have now, where everything is mud. And I'm not talking about the ground, like everything has a mud tinge to it. That instead of trying to make it look like a real world, it just kind of makes everything look grayed out and dull. Like it's like the fog is overkill to the point where it's just killing the environment, making it not that interesting. Those are neat on the tree. I'll give them some credit there. That's kind of cool. And there's some things like that, but it's just, there's a lot of environments when I look at them, I'm like, ooh, ah, this is amazing. This ain't that. Like I look at this and it's like, cool, great. You know, it's not horrible, but like this is neat. I like the crazy statue thing. That's cool. But again, you look at everything is dirt colored, so it doesn't differentiate itself well. So while there's these neat things here, if these had been painted with different colors or something, like if those had been obsidian or something, just something that wasn't dark colored, they would have stuck out way better. Like even here, like look at all these, like these are just, they're a little better because they're in shadow. But even this, like if they had built this out of anything besides dirt, it would have looked better. But they did. And so it's just, it's like the same color palette and it's just generic forest, you know. Yeah, I really think they should fire whoever colored this game. Like, it's okay to use more than 2 colors in your game, guys. Please use something else. Now the carpet, you see how much that carpet stood out right there because it's red? In this world of everything being like bland colors, and that red thing's just like, you see it immediately. Because it's so unusual to see it. Like that makes the carpet look important, right? Because everything else is so bland, then you've taken one thing and made it super vibrant. I mean, to be fair, at least these are like slightly different color there, so there's a little variance in here, but yeah, maybe there's a better video or something. I don't know. Like this is cool. Like his little room here is cool. Like this is good. I like this. I definitely get the whole, you know, dude living in a hovel, but he actually tried to make it kind of like his own little thing. Like you recognize this, so kudos to that one. That room design. Here, I know there's another one. I'm an art guy, so you know how it is. Yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, who doesn't want to live in a basement, okay? Like, as a gamer, I understand the basement. He's like, I came from Spider-Man for this. At least they're showcasing a bunch of areas. I mean, that enemy looked cool. Drone ability is kind of cool. The lady with the blanket was cool. Okay, did you see how vibrant that field looked? Jesus. It's almost like shell shock after how bland everything else is. It's like, oh god, it's so... I have 47 chins. 47, yes. There was a guy with 48, but I ate him. Actually, that's how I got my 47th chin, you see. I'm assuming that's the story. This is based entirely upon me making it up on the spot, so it must be accurate. Yeah, we're back to that, yeah. Yeah, they had some flowers that actually kind of grow in there. It's like, I can't believe it was so bland. I actually hit myself in the head just so I get blood everywhere so I'd see something that wasn't dirt colored. It's terrible out there, man. Don't go out there. I'm only doing the first part one, so I don't like claiming with that, but you know, I'm just making jokes about it. You haven't played it though? Yeah. I don't want to spoil anything for people. Yeah, some of these areas are a little better. The swamp's awful. Oh god. It's like an ugly version of the Tomb Raider remake. There you go. That's what it is, an ugly version of the Tomb Raider remake. The one they made like 1,000,000 years ago? Yeah. Oh, color. Oh my god, color. I mean, Portable Hole Guy is kind of cool. I'll give him that. I like Portable Hole Guy. His gun's lame. I mean, you have Portable Hole Guy and you're fighting with a little gun. Like, what the hell's that? And this guy's like, a sword. Yeah, I don't like a sword any better against weird things like that. Sword plus drone does not seem cool. Much rather have a gun against weird Portable Hole Guy. I'll go ahead and say it. The only time I want a sword is when I'm not in combat. Because I like to swing it around because it's fun. Yeah, let's play these videos New Justice. Yeah, it makes me pay close attention to MC dialogue. That's fair. I mean, the story can be good. I'm only just riffing on the ugly environments. Because it's an ugly game. Like, it is ugly. Holy crap. It's just bland. Like, it's like baby's first, you know, RPG, you know? It's cool, but they could have done better. The A-Team did not make this. At whatever studio. No. But the gameplay could be fun, and the, you know, the story could be amazing. Because I'm not really seeing a whole lot of either, particularly. Like, I think the little portable hole enemy is cool. Unfortunately, that seems to be the main enemy, because there's sure a lot of them, but he's cool. I like the portable hole enemy. And the little drone strike where you know, jump on your drone, that's kind of cool too. You know, not what I would use a drone for, but to be fair, I don't think I would jump up in the air like an idiot and try to kill someone from the drone. This environment's a little better. Because at least it's like less open. There's a little more to it, little places to go. It feels like there's pathways and things that are a little more interesting than just open nothing. I mean, you know, you could do the Expedition 33 thing where their thing was also like a post-apocalypse, but, you know, freaking cool looking. I mean, you can put color in the world. Like, there's can be plant life that's like different colors. They went out of their way to make everything really, really muted. And I mean, Fallout's a post-apocalyptic world, doesn't look bland. Borderlands is a post-apocalyptic world, doesn't look bland. You know, I mean, like, you can do things to, you can have a little like style to it or something that kind of differentiates it. This just looks like, you know, Call of Duty. Like, okay. I mean, the game might be fun. I'm just riffing on the style. Because it's just clearly... It's bland. It's just bland. Like, from the visuals alone, I wouldn't play the game. But to be fair, I also don't tend to typically like Actually, I just don't like bland things. I'm gonna say it. I'm not a big fan of realism either, though. That's true too. I should credit where credit is due. Realism and I are not friends. But portable whole guy is cool. And occasionally an environment wasn't, you know, like it stood out a little. But I really think that if they just, especially when they went into that underground, you know, temple, if they just went out of the way to add some color to something. Yeah, because like, you know, if they had just used any other material besides whatever dirt they used to make all those things, that could have been a really cool scene. Like whoever did that failed horribly. Because you're going into this, you know, what looks like some ancient civilization temple that could be all in an alien world for all I know. And when you describe a situation like that, I'm thinking this amazing cool thing, and then you show me that. And my expectations have, were like here, and reality was like way down there. Like it doesn't even register. I mean, just think how Tomb Raider would have made that look cool. Like there would have been all kinds of weird things hanging off it, like dilapidated things like that. There'd have been like color everywhere. It'd have been like, just think of the tombs in that. And then ask yourself why this game that recently came out looks 1,000 times worse. Like, what happened? I know it's not just because I was staring at Laura. Nothing. But yeah, it's not a pretty game. No. Not winning awards on that, no. It's not the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's just bland. Like, it's forgettable. That's its crime. It's forgettable. It's not that it's ugly. I guess I should just specify that I've kind of already forgotten what it looked like because it had nothing to differentiate. A lot of times when I design an area, I always like to have, like, you know, a focal point. Like when you first walk into a thing like that, or you see something like something that, you know, you just look at and you remember that scene. And, you know, I haven't really designed it for this room yet because you'll come out of this pipe and this is not really where you enter the room, but it's just something so you remember where you're at, you know, something that makes it look different than everywhere else. And yeah, this place is still ugly, sure, but at least this place is completely different from everywhere else in this game, so you'll be like, hey, wait a minute, I guess it's not completely different from the sunken depths, but this also has a cavern feel. The other one is not. Oh yeah, a lot of old games have great art. I'm like, you know, that's the thing. That's what matters. It's not the graphical fidelity that matters. It's that you have a style that differentiates yourself from everyone else. And that's why I think realistic graphics are a trap, because you can't it's really hard to differentiate realism from everyone else, because it's reality. It's just what it is. There's some other Mr. Grass. I found that they like your environment should tell a story, and a lot of games don't. Like, you know, you can definitely tell the people who are really good at designing versus the other ones. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen the Oddworld games. I mean, Oddworld, like, and then they went out of way to, like, I didn't even like the games, but to say their worlds aren't cool looking is just a lie. Like, they do such a good job of just, you know, selling their world, and it's like, this game's not interesting, but just from this world, I kind of want to play it. And not every game rings true, too. I mean, that's actually, I famously don't like Hollow Knight, even though I like Metroidvanias, and a lot of it just, the world never sold me. I had no desire to explore it. And I played it for a few hours, but there was never any pull to go, yeah, I want to see this. It's like, yeah, cool, great, looks just like the next place. So I didn't really play a lot of it. After about 3 hours, I just put it down. Pull me into your world, and I'll never leave it. Or don't, and I probably will. I gotta block this here. Oh, actually, wait. Never mind. I guess I haven't looked at Soulstorm. One sec. I'll look at that one too. I read like half that comment, I think, and just missed the other half. I've seen Ape's Exodus, but I haven't seen Oddworld Soulstorm. Sure. Oh. Well, even this, I mean, look at how cool this scene is with all the strange things like that. Like, they give you something to stare at here, but then they give you a bunch of interesting things to the side. So you'll remember this scene. Not to mention the character's clearly not that bland. I would prefer a little more color to it, but I can recognize that at least they tried some. And the things are so fantastical that it's kind of... You're going to remember something of it. It's kind of hard to miss that. I don't like this as much, but there's fire everywhere, and there's things breaking, so it's not that bland. This is also a platformer, and also look at the background. Never mind, there's so much going on back there. The coloring is, again, dirt. And so, like, a lot of the detail back there is lost due to the dirt factor. Like, it's okay to use other colors, people. Seriously. Like, I would have toned down this, you know, dust so you can see all the effort you put into this background. But it does at least have stuff going on. I just think that, again, like, they could probably do with a color or two or just less dust in the background so you can see something. Because at first I'll see the motion back there, and then this will just kind of all get blended out in my eyes because it's just the same. Hope it's not that, though. And yeah, that's a pretty cool setup there. I like the little falling thing. But this game has so much going on it in every single scene that it kind of makes up for the dirt thing, sorta. Versus the other one. World Ape's Exodus. Sure. Oh yeah, the coloring differences. So imagine if they actually did this with blue in the background instead. How much all this would stick out. Like they did here. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is clearly, you know, way better graphics. Not surprising. I mean, this game's like 1 billion years old, for certain, but at least you can see the various layers of things like that. You know, the blue back there, this color here, this is a different color too. So this way you can see each of the various things that's like that. It gives you a better idea of what's in the foreground, the background, all that. Unlike here where it really doesn't. Like, I guess this is in the foreground, I guess, sorta. There's dust back here. There's something back there, I guess. This is more faded. Yeah, it's just coloring to differentiate things versus being faded, and I think the faded method is wrong every time. Like when everything's the same color. Man, graphics back then sucked. I mean, it's still an ugly game because it's, you know, just the graphic fidelity is horrible by comparison, sure, but at least, you know, it differentiates well. And it was probably really cool back then, to be fair. Credit where credit is due. But yeah, this dust thing that they keep doing, my eyes are just glazed over at what's happening here. Even though this is going on, like I'll miss a lot of it because it's just, it's boring to look at. In a day and age where everything is trying to grab your attention like crazy, that's just awkward. Actually, does it ever get better? Curiosity. Does it ever get not? A little better over here. Okay. I say that was just kind of garbage. Fair. Here's a little better. Still a lot of dust everywhere, but at least now it's got more to it. I mean, it is a side scroller, so you got to give it some credit, I guess, for that, but in that it's not designed to really be as three-dimensional. I should just have talking streams sometimes, so I just don't want to just talk all the time. I chat a lot, so if left unchecked, I will just chat. I could pretend otherwise, but I'll just chat. I 100% will. I guess this makes the best wall to block off this area. I do not want them to get into here. That might be a bad decision to have this in this location. I want to put so much more detail in my own world, but I also have to worry about Poppet being able to jump on the things. A very real problem, by the way. Very real problem. This just shouldn't be here. Well, I could make it a thing. It's not really a castle setup in here. Like, I'm gonna use that somewhere else, but not here. Gotta be careful not to let him jump down there. Also, I wish I had more than 5 of these types of rocks, but I don't, so... Don't hate. Or do. You'd hate if you want. You probably should. I'd hate. I could just have the rocks not go as far over. Because now I'm kind of blocking this whole view thing here, and that's terrible. Like, how are they supposed to see inside? That's not good. I mean, they're looking for about this, but you don't see anything at this point. That's terrible. So I should rethink that. But, you know, why would you ever build it so that it blocked everything people can see? Like, that's terrible. Like, the viewing room can kind of see. Sure. Like, this one can see. Perhaps that's what I should be doing. I should be building the pathways down to the windows, right? So people can see that, and maybe like below the windows potentially. Like, I don't think I should be blocking like this though. At least not often. Like occasionally fine, but what if I just move this down? And just get rid of this entirely. Well, there needs to be another space for a key. Yeah, the problem now is that the best viewing points for this area are actually over here where they would control it, and that's nonsensical. Like, why would you do that? Like, you want people to see inside this thing, and it's like an aquarium underneath. There's a strong argument for moving this room. Maybe annexing the secret viewing room. I don't know if I want to make the broken compass any bigger. Probably not. Yeah, I should have made the lower water section over here. It was a mistake. And I can't use this as the way over because the way down is right here. It connects to there, so I can't really do that. The only I can do is take this room and change it out. Thus giving up my little secret viewing area. It would be pretty fitting though. Hmm. It makes a lot of sense to have all the control rooms near each other, though. Except this one's way out here. I guess I could mirror it. Because just have that thing going on. I got rid of this room here, so I can have a viewing area out here. But also because that room was huge and stupid, and why would you do that to yourself? And this one's nowhere near as big. It's pretty big, though. It's bigger than the Sunken Grotto. I'm sorry, the Sunken Depths. Sure. Yeah, it's definitely bigger by a little. I definitely should build more with the intention of making it viewable, though. So if that's the case, maybe I want to move the key somewhere else. Right, because I had a key over here, and that's fine. But then after that, maybe the next key should be farther down? Let's see. Like this. Slow it down because I'm working out of a very small space here. This is the second lowering, so I could actually just have it go there. I can also lower this a little more too, for that matter. So then the key can be farther down so you don't hit this underground crap. Right here. And we could go slightly down, I guess. Once they come in, they find this, it's gonna be kind of cool, I think. Right? Oh yeah, that'll be great. Like, they'll step in here and they'll get this almost mystical looking place. And yeah, it's not finished yet, obviously. I keep moving things around. And right now I'm adjusting more for gameplay than I am for looks, so... It is possible I might want to lower it a slight bit. Maybe like to right there. Oops. Gotta set the puzzle up, you know. Wish I could move this up, but clearly I can't. Not how it works. I definitely want more cavern feels here. Like I say, I only get this cavern opportunity one time. I'm gonna make it the best of it. every chance I get and make it feel like you're in a cave. Or in the underworld. It's not too bad. That almost has like an ocean feel, like a long distance there, because you can't see the stuff in it. But obviously you're going to see the various machinery in there. I just haven't set the data layers up to load like that yet, but yeah, jumping's going to be awkward here. Not much I can do about that unless I want to really lower it, but
The airship's shadow.
it's less bad than it was. That was a little awkward. It's kind of in the way. Oh, I jumped all funny. The challenge is to try to make things look good while still not affecting gameplay, because Poppet can jump on a lot of crap, so that can pose a very big problem. Letting her bypass things she shouldn't be able to bypass, and that's really where I kind of worry. I could put clams. Do you want to put the clams in here? Did you open up? I only used them in one room. Maybe. Oh, these are huge. I guess they don't have to be that big. They can be smaller. Unfortunately, once you open it, it would be stuck in the thing there, so it would need to be lowered down if I did that. I could lower the water even more. Might not be a bad idea, just so I don't have the issue of things hitting the top there, right? So we need to go down to about that level. Then the issue is you come in here and it's not as visible, so I'm not sure I like that. Again, the first time you see an area, I kind of want there to be like a, you know, a that's cool moment. And now it's the water's so low you can't really see it as well. Unless I lower this rock. I love designing levels. It's fun. Like I say, Chapter 2 just needs to have something built. I'm just tired of just not having it and just making the other one better and better and better. It's like, oh, great, but Maybe I just want to do something else besides play the same area over and over. It's set to where I can't move it, isn't it? It's locked. When in doubt, just, you know, make it where they don't see the room until much later. Yeah, see now you don't notice that it's lower because you walk out here and it's right in your face, which is just infinitely better. I mean, this floating here is obviously not, but I just raised and lowered the rocks, so what do you want? Yeah, like, that's way better. It'll also be better if I actually enable double jump. Built for double jump. Hear me out, it's built for double jump. I mean, technically, I could actually wall this off so that you can't see back in here like that. I could just literally have a geo brush set up, and it would be perfectly fine. That's a future me problem, not a now me problem. Now me doesn't care. Future me kind of does. Now me's like, meh. I'd like some slime or things off the top. That'd be awesome. Just things, you know, just hanging off it. I'll have to look for that kind of stuff just to kind of give the underwater feel a little better. That water's awesome. I should probably just grab all 3 buttons and set them out so I can just jump on the buttons and raise and lower the water as I see fit. Yes, the plan is to go this way, and I don't think you can cheat it. That seems fine. Yes. Yeah, it's little clams. Some of the things I've taken into account when doing these: can Poppet jump on it, using it to bypass areas? Is there enough light? Can she reasonably make it to places? Do I want her to have too much light or too little light? Like, what are we doing here? Like, That's the second time that froze. Interesting. I don't know why the dev menu's suddenly having problems. Bit of a chill there. Oops. I guess I have a bunch of windows open. Let me close a bunch of this crap up. Might be that I'm running out of RAM or something like that. Wouldn't buy RAM now if you paid me, you know? I mean, if things broke, I'd buy it, but... Okay. Quiet you. I need to make the collision on these better. I don't know why I jumped there, but I just did anyway. Now the water's still out to lower it again. Oh, the clam's not set to load because it's from the other, sure. Has to be added to the underworld. I did snake it out of a different one. Not wrong. Maybe I'll put a smiley face on the clam. You just got to put all kinds of random things to make your games wacky and weird. Just, you know, its own little style. Not necessarily the best style, but, you know, just its own style. People will remember the smiley face clam. How many other games have a smiley face clam? I'd remember a smiley face clam. So let's say I lower this even farther to like maybe here or something. The next one's 55, so... Oh, actually, that's way lower. Could load all the way down here, if I wanted. I need to call it relatively soon. I don't want to overkill my streaming. Every time I do that, I end up feeling like trash and don't stream for more days. Terrible plan. I want to feel good all the time, yeah? Infinitely good. Dad, I will. Maybe I'll go like till like 7 or something. I'm having fun with this. If it wasn't for health problems, I've just streamed stupid amounts. I mean, I've streamed almost 6.5 hours tonight, so it's not like I streamed 0. But I could stream more. it would be beneficial to the old stream growth. So now I can move all this way down, which I think is an improvement for certain. I don't really want to block all this, but the issue is if I don't block here, then they can just jump straight down. I don't want to force this because they already go this way once, and it's boring to force it a second time. There is an argument for forcing going this way. Like if I unblock this way, and instead of jumping over there, they instead go the other way, which was originally the plan. Like I just remove all this crap. Let's push it down for now. The issue is this is really low. So they can't really make a big jump without issue. This would actually be the new low one. So I would maybe copy like this. Actually, this would be an 8, so where does the 8 put it? Oops. So easy to miscopy. Do it all the time. So I'd put it up here. Really low. You could do that, and then 500's like way down there. I guess there's a lot less variance in the distance like that. I mean, the first one's hugely higher. The first one lowers it so much, and then the next one lowers it a lot less. And the other ones lower it pretty normal amounts after that. I could do this setup here and just get a cave going on here. But instead of building so high up, maybe I don't do that. Maybe I'm fine with you running over the top of the cave because it doesn't matter since you can't get into the cave. Also, it doesn't block view as much, so that's a big thing, right? Because you want these people to be able to see into the cave, right? I don't think this needs to be here. I think that you can jump in this distance pretty easy. They shove everything down. Because once it's below this, I don't care about below this per se. I only care about, you know, what they can see. And they should be able to see all this crap. I mean, ideally it would look like that. Maybe I just make it where you get down here like this, and then to get farther over you do this, so there's just no path over without using those things. I could also just reverse the locations, right? I could put the button way out here and then make you come all the way back for the Emperor. I probably should show you the goal and then show you, you know, how you find the answer. It's probably a better strategy than showing you the answer and then having you find the goal. Yeah, I definitely want to unblock a bunch. Like, it's just, I want you to be able to see. So let's do a better job here. Gotta make it look like a fish tank. This thing is ugly. This is just such a low quality graphic. I don't even know if I want it in here because it's so ugly. I may pick my corals a little more carefully in the future. I want as much water visible as possible while still giving you, you know, reasonable gameplay. I also don't need anywhere near as many mushrooms, I'm sure. Yeah, I just have them jump through here instead. Now I'm just shrinking all these corals way down. I'll merge it all together later to make, you know, way less draw calls, because this room's going to need to have less draw calls for certain. But no need to optimize early on. Only optimize when you actually have something worth optimizing. Or every time you remake it, you'll have to do it again and again. It's probably fine having the occasional high up one. I'm sure I need half these rocks. I've just been keeping them because I just keep adding them all over the place. This one can go way down. Because the water is so low. I never even finished my other little machinery thing that I'm building over here. I had plans. Make no mistake about it, I had plans. There could just be a pipe straight through. Where would it go? That was the question. No, it can't go totally straight because of that, so. It also can't go directly over because that pipe's in the way. True. We could put a pipe system under there. Like, what if instead of having all these rocks, I just literally make a, you know, pipe contraption here that you go in and out of? Or Or you just have individual pipe contraptions, but I could just have this up here and then you'd pass through that into this area here. Is that better than just a pipe thing? Maybe. Man, this room's got so much done on it. Even these are probably gonna get moved down some. If the water and that's so low, I mean, I guess I can move these way down. Well, no, I can't, because I want you to be able to go in here. And this was built for the purpose of being able to get in here. I gotta admit, some of these could probably be reduced a little bit in size. You do walk on this one though. Test out the layout a little better. More of an idea of what I'm doing. I'm just kind of moving things around. It's gonna be a really cool room by the time I'm done. A lot of it's just experimenting to see if I like something. That rock's terrible. I probably should have just jumped on the middle of it instead. I'll probably put that rock there and it'll be fine. Putting all those rocks up there is kind of weird. But unfortunately, this particular like mesh got screwed up on this one thing due to one of the many brush bugs that UE has. The geometry brushes are so bugged ever since 5.4. They still work, but it's definitely problematic for certain. Yeah. It's probably fine. It's not that fine. Already found most of the really good tracks for this. I was like, maybe this could be useful for something in the game. Probably not. I'm sure I want this other rock here. I think I might move it out. Like I say, I'm trying to get more, like, a better view from this here. See, like, look at how much better it already is. Where before it was like all rocks blocking everything, which is so dumb. Like, why in the world would you do that? Now you can see a lot of stuff out here, so it's a lot more interesting. Still not great. Like, this kind of crap needs to probably be gone. It's just in the way. Like I say, I want as much water as possible, especially at this height. Is it? Well, AI's getting better, right? I imagine a lot of code's pretty predictable. But you're gonna need a certain thing. After all, there's like autofill and all kinds of things and for what you're typing, so why not for that too? And I just kind of want to do this part here. I don't like this much. So elaborate stack functions do things strings. Right now I'm ordering them, the header file, the categories, it makes sense. There's just three names for categories that didn't come with. No, correct names. Let's see. Perhaps your naming convention is more predictable than you think it is. Well, most of my naming conventions are pretty predictable, so this is not really saying much. Here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove all the rocks that are blocking like that. I just can't have things that are blocking the windows. It's weird. Besides the pillars. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna, like, AI can understand really simple stuff pretty well. It's when it gets to the really large projects. The larger the project, the harder time it does for things, but as long as you can give it all the code, it should be fine for the most part. So I'm not too surprised. And for the most part, there is uses for AI. I don't think it's as useful as people want it to be, but it does get bajillions of views on YouTube, though. Should be doing. That's what I should be doing with it. Just slop, adding slop to the internet. Could be the chosen one. I could bring the most slop. And that's not very large at all. That's barely anything. They have RPG Maker plugins that are like thousands of lines. Jesus, those are crap RPG Maker plugins. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's nothing. I mean, just consider what Poppet is as you start to see all her crap. Imagine how many lines of code all this really is if you convert it over for it to understand. And this isn't exactly, that's just your upkeep graph. We're not going to talk about all the tarot graphs or the graphs upon graphs, you know. And here I've got graphs for your graphs and macros inside of these things. Like, there's so much stuff here. You give this to an AI, it'll have a fit. Not that you can easily do that, but you know. Don't. I don't know if that was on or what. It is. Yeah, all the things within things within things that lead to other things on other stuff. I mean, so. But if you can feed it everything, I find that they're pretty accurate as long as you can do that. So when projects are tiny, it's okay. It's just when you try to do anything with it that's not microscopic, it's like, cool, thanks, I guess. Because it provides the most useless code ever. And the last level's way down here. Let's put a rock underneath here. Yeah, hold this up, right? Bunch of rocks, actually. Well, actually, I guess it's technically on top of that. I like how it just ripples around that. It's awesome. This doesn't lead anywhere anymore, but it could. But it doesn't need to. I'll think about it. Like I said, I need to swap these two. Like this, it should be on the other location. So you see the goal first, and then you see the you have to go hunt down the solution. That seems a lot better than what I'm doing now. Emperor's right here waiting for you. I'll have to push that rock up a little more. But the button is far away. Because I'm a terrible person. Okay. Weird. Sure. Maybe I'll see if my roommate wants to go get breakfast at one place. I'm kind of awake. Found this breakfast place that was amazing where he hand makes everything. Oh my god. It was so delicious. You got these potato thingies that, you know, were stuffed full of like bacon and cheese and sour cream and stuff. Which are like gnocchis, but it's not what you call them. But they basically, thinking about it, were stuffed gnocchis. Maybe there's a slightly different name. It's not like I'm much of a chef. I don't really know. The only cooking I do is when it comes to game dev, yeah. It's actually not true, I cook, but I feel like most of the cooking I do is when game dev is related. You know, there's some game dev involved here. Yeah. Is it? Huh. I'll have to look into it. It's all handled by the same plugin, so chances are if it's missing on their end or something. But maybe. Yeah, it's better if there's a little cave down here. It's less good if you fall in the water. Huh. It didn't quack either. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, it just took forever. Maybe their servers are slow. Let's see if it plays the other ones. I mean, it should quack eventually. Yeah, that was super slow. It played the Among Us one, then it played the Final Fantasy. Hasn't done the quack yet, though. There we go. I think their servers are just slow. Which is kind of funny in its own right. Just saying.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Pretty much. What was this one? I don't remember. Oh, okay. SpongeBob one. Ah.
One eternity later.
True. Yeah, I just did it that one time. I had some issues. Kind of fixed itself, if you will.
But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
True. But I just have dogs instead. Wait, that sucks. Yeah, I think this is way better having these in here. Plus, it kind of lights up the area there. And finally, another use for the Empress. I mean, you know, whenever there's water and mushrooms, you know, I mean, like, they have to be involved, right? Yo, that's adorable. I made some of it. And the little tarot card, sure. Poppet, sure. The little wand she's using is made out of... I have to make things out of parts that already exist. I do that all the time. I gotta make this higher up because it's too low. I did make the water, though that was using a tutorial. No, I changed the water around a bunch, but yeah. I made the building, all the windows and things like that. Didn't make the mushrooms or things. I made lots of things, but not everything by any stretch. The game would never get done. I don't know if it'll ever get done at this rate, but... I need to learn more about materials because this water is so amazing, and I mean, it's like mostly math. That looks so cool with the green too and the lights. This is one of those things I was talking about where suddenly the color is so big. Like imagine if this was just all metal, like the same color metal, it'd be really boring. But because of the green and the other metal, it makes it more interesting. Yeah, but anyway, sort of boss characters too. Some of the enemies as well. Just depends. That jump is nearly impossible because of how low the ceiling is. Most of the jumps here have been pretty comfortable. Except that one jump in under the arch there's trash, but what's interesting is the Emperor should have vanished because Poppet has it. Given that, you know, I activated everything. This makes me think the Emperor has the wrong name. It's hard to figure out where everything is. Yeah, it should just be one. I changed the names later. I want to pack it in relatively soon. In almost 7 hours. Like 7:23 a.m. My roommate is not online. What if he logged off? Oh well. Didn't I swap these? I could have sworn I did. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see who else is available to read. I think I'm a faded enough fast on the left. So I'll probably just be back later tonight or later today to stream more, to be honest. I get so much more done work if I do stream. Like if I don't stream, then I'll get distracted all the time. I'm just like, oh, do this and this and this. And pretty soon just nothing gets done at all. Not a damn thing. Share it with my YouTube people too. That'd be awesome. Does not work like that, sadly. Need like 1,000 subs on YouTube to be able to raid. It's weird. So I can find someone who's interesting to read. There's almost no one on. I guess to be fair, it's what, pretty early in the morning for a lot of people in like the US, and I mean, there should be people on in Europe. He puts the bites on. What's he doing? Some 3-month challenge? Yeah, sure. Let's send David to invite some people. Alright. I'm gonna probably call it here. So for those people who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, wish list, subscribe, you know, whatever, or don't. You know, either way, thanks for watching. And I'll try to be back tomorrow, honestly, around the same time. Just because I'm having fun with it. And as long as I feel good, I'd love to stream more. But I also have random health issues. So yeah, check the Discord, and that'll probably dictate whether or not I'm here more often than not. Otherwise, I'm gonna read out with people on YouTube and some people on Twitch, and then YouTube. Well, you know, sadly can't raid with you. So thanks for watching on YouTube, and I'll catch you lot later. Yeah, see you. And that just leaves.